Yeah.
Order, please, a special meeting of the Joshua Basin Water District Board of Directors for May 15, 2024 is now in session at 3:03. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the
republic for which it stands,
one nation, under
God,
indivisible,
with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Determination of quorum. General Manager Johnson, a roll call, please.
Send it down.
Present.
Vice President Doolittle.
Here.
Director Fick.
Here.
Director Jarlsberg.
Here.
Director Short.
Here. Thank you much. All directors are present in the boardroom. There is no request for remote participation. We have a quorum. Approval of the agenda. Do I hear a motion to approve this afternoon's agenda?
I'll make the motion.
Second.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion approved. Public comment. This designated time is for members of the public to provide comments on any district-related matter, whether appearing on the agenda or not. Under provisions of the Brown Act, the board is prohibited from taking action on items not listed on the agenda. At the discretion of the board president, comments on a particular agendized item may be deferred until that item is. Is there public comment? Hearing none. General Manager Johnson, is there a written, electronic, or voicemail comment, please?
Yes, we received 4 electronic comments that have been distributed for you to review, and there's some extra for the public if anybody would like to review them. All of them are on the building refresh remodel topic in regards to design, and you're welcome to review them and let me know if you have any questions.
Hearing nothing else, public comment time is now closed. Consent calendar items are expected to be routine and non-controversial, to be acted upon by the board at one time without discussion. If a board member would like if a board member would like an item handled separately, it will be removed from the consent agenda for separate action. We have 3 items on the consent calendar. They are the draft board meeting minutes for May 1, check register February 2024, and check register for March 2024. Does anyone want to remove an item from the consent calendar for discussion?
Not at this moment. I think we have a long enough meeting going on.
You're telling me. Okay, thank you very much. We have a motion to approve the consent calendar.
I'll motion. I'll second.
Thank you very much. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Discussion items at this time, which is 15:04. I will pause this special meeting for a budget workshop. It's number 2, the 2023-24 revised capital budget and the 24-25 proposed capital budget and project presentations. What we're going to do here is, if we have any public comments on this, considering the time thing, we will take them at the end of the presentation. If we have any public, there's one right there. Please wait until then. Is that legal?
That is, yes.
Okay, General Manager Johnson, proceed please with your remarks and staff introductions.
Thank you very much. We have a big group here today to go over our project presentations, our revised 23-24 budget and our capital budget for proposed 24-25. We have Ann Roman, Director of Finance, Autumn Rich, Accounting Supervisor, Danny Paulino is our Compliance Coordinator, Scott Carpenter is our Water Production Operator, Dan Bob, Construction Maintenance Mechanic, Brandon Warner, CIRP Supervisor, our very own David Shook, Under Administration and in-house artist, and Jeremiah Nazario, Director of Operations, and myself. So we have a large PowerPoint presentation for you today. It is a little bit of death by PowerPoint, so hopefully we can make this through in a reasonable amount of time, but it's important information. The PowerPoint has been put together to give you the what, the why, and how much. And then we'll conclude with some financials at the end. Lisa, if you could go ahead and get that started for us. All the staff will be taking turns through the presentation on the budget items that are in their purview. And we're all happy to answer questions. If you could hold questions for the end of each slide, we'd appreciate that. And there's a couple of slides that are two slide. What is it?
It's Edge.
Go ahead and close out Edge. Just right click down at the bottom and close in your taskbar. Go down to the taskbar.
It's this. Oh. It's this one.
There we go. And just close that window, the Edge one. There we go. A couple of the slides are 2 slides long. I'll let you know which ones those are so you can hold your comments until the second slide has proceeded. And here we go. District projects overview for fiscal year 24-25. We are going to start out with a description of the project types. We're going to talk about projects that we recommend to discontinue. We're going to talk about acquisition projects, CIRP projects, capital and expense projects by department, and we'll get to the financials at the end. Although we have various project types, we thought the easiest way to explain all of these would be in these categories. So we have acquisition projects. Those are projects where we are purchasing resources for other projects. CIRP, which is our capital improvement replacement program, and that's generally our pipeline replacement projects, but they also help with major refurbishment such as P1 district station. And then we have capital and operating projects. And as a reminder, capital projects are those projects that are 5,000 or more. And they either extend the life of an asset or they are a new asset. And operating expense projects are generally maintenance projects, and those are utilized to not extend the life of an asset, but to help the life of the asset be what it's originally intended to be. We're going to start with the couple of projects that we're recommending to discontinue. One is keyless entry. And Lisa, if you could make that a little smaller, I appreciate it. Thank you. This project is recommended for discontinuation as it has high cost, a low return on investment, and it has competing priorities among some new state mandates. We found that we had a really challenging time finding a vendor in our area, and especially if it came down to technical issues, it would be hard to get them to come out. Would you like to talk about this project at all?
Sure. The one company that I did get some headway with, I went around and took pictures of all the door handles, interior and exterior, and sent that along with a blueprint of the building and waited to hear back. And all I got back was bad news that they were declining to take that job. So it was kind of 2 steps forward and 3 steps back with this project. So it just doesn't seem like a feasible option to move forward.
The good news is we have solid security system within the buildings in regards to cameras and motion detectors, and every office and door is keyed. So we feel like this project is not one that needs to be moved on, thus saving the district the money that was set aside for it last fiscal year. The next project recommended for discontinuance is the AMI meter conversion. So we've undergone a nearly year-long propagation study with Census, who is our meter supplier. Based on the study results, staff's not recommending meter conversion. And if anybody wants to know what a propagation study is, it's a predictive model of signal strength from antennas, repeaters, and tower structures. So we did a little pro and con for AMI. And what we found is that AMI has the pros of having that real-time data. This potentially benefits both locals and out-of-town owners, as it allows consumers to see their usage in real time. The EPA says there's a correlation between having AMI and promotion of water conservation. And customers can identify some customer side leaks sooner. But did you know that there's an option to purchase an aftermarket leak detector that you can purchase just for your home or residence or business, and you can get that same real-time data and leak detection at a cost that we're not sharing across all the customer base. There's a lot of cons associated with this project, mostly to do with substantial costs with implementation, be approximately $550,000. And that is in addition to ongoing annual expenses, maintenance costs, staff training, tech support, et cetera. These costs lead to increased rates due to the increased operational costs and diverts funds from other infrastructure projects. The workload for this does not lessen, but instead it involves necessitating additional training to adapt. There'll be tech challenges and increased cybersecurity risks. There's controversial repeater towers. Some people don't want to see those. And some customer resistance due to privacy concerns. So at this time, staff, and I want to repeat that, at this time, doesn't mean in the future it can't be relooked at, but this time we're not recommending to proceed with this project due to those high costs. We have received very few requests for this feature. The folks that have requested this are generally folks that are out of town and do not live in the area. They want to be able to monitor their water usage from afar. It's perceived as a nice to have rather than a need to have. And as you know, we have some competing priorities, especially with the new Chromium 6 mandate that's upon us. I'm happy to take any questions on AMI.
Yes, sir.
So on the leak detectors, I've spoken with a couple of people that have bought leak detection equipment before and it didn't work with, or wasn't compatible with our meters. So is there a way that we can like put online specific ones that will work?
We can't promote other vendors' products. So that is the problem. Their best recommendation is talk to your insurance company. Your insurance company oftentimes will subsidize or sometimes pay for a product that you can use within your system.
So I have a question. So I'd like to, so we could not supplement the cost of one of these that sits on the ratepayer side, such as Flume. I don't think Flume works with our meters, but otherwise I believe the ratepayers are in the dark if we don't figure out a way to work with them on these technologies that they want to purchase for themselves. And it's good for us and good for them.
To promote a vendor that sells these products.
No, I was saying to do some sort of a partnership. And we could certainly state it on the website, although there are other vendors that you could potentially work with. The district has found that this particular product does work. And because we want to encourage you to get these sorts of things, you can hit this link and get a 10% discount.
I have seen that Coachella Valley works with Flume in that manner. That would take some research. It's definitely a possibility. I think right now, when you see the rest of the 53 slides here, that we have a lot of projects upon us in the next fiscal year. We do read monthly, and we do have the ability to take our Trimble device and go and see when there is high usage in the last 30 days. If we did have a situation with a customer that had a high leak, it is not off the table for sure to maybe consider that for the future. Taking that on would, take a little bit of effort and research to find out which product would work, but it's something that we could definitely consider.
Okay, yes, I would like to have that be considered because I was recently made aware of a ratepayer who has spoken to President Flowen and myself about a leak that she had at her house, and she was continuously told that it was on her side, and then recently it was discovered that it was on our side, and this has been going on for 3 years. So I know you can't just necessarily say which this was, and we can investigate it further, but that would have been a good application for this type of technology.
Well,
So
if that were on the district side, that type of technology would not detect it, and it would only detect on the customer side.
right, that's what I'm saying. But if she would be able to say, my technology is saying I don't have a leak. that's what I'm saying. So,
Interesting point there. Now we're gonna get into an argument if their device works versus our meters. There's a lot to
Yeah, that's a good-
consider in this conversation, and I think that it probably is its own agenda item to discuss, in a future meeting.
all right, that'd be great. Thank you.
Director Faber.
Would the maker of the meters our district uses have a compatibility with leak detectors site? In other words, they could announce what leak detectors are compliant with their meters.
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to, but something that also can be looked in with this whole
Yeah.
scope of project.
That's a slight workaround.
We continue.
All right, all answers good for AMI? All right, we will move on. Or so I think. All right, we're going to move into acquisition projects. First, we're going to talk about the air compressor, so we will pass this on to Dan Bach.
Okay, so what this is a replacement unit for the current air compressor that we have. Which is, I believe, about 13 years old. This new screwdriver compressor will give us more on-demand air, and it will also be a little more efficient on electrical use and stuff like that, and it powers everything that we need in the shop for air needs. Trying to think if there was anything else. I don't know, take addition. This is the old one. So. And it's gonna cost us about $9,000. So,
Any questions on the air compressor?
Vice President Doolittle.
What's the average lifespan or something like this?
anywhere from 10 to 15 years.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's all from you.
Director Fay. Director Jarlsberg.
No, thank you. That was the question I would have asked.
Director Short.
No questions.
So, when you're compressing air, you're using a lot of electricity. Is this not so?
Using quite a bit, especially with the old piston drive compressors. This one's a screw drive compressor, so it operates more like a blower. So it's a little more efficient.
Maybe a little bit.
Next is our front end loader, also called a skip loader. Jeremiah, would you like to take this one?
Sure. So this is one of those pieces of equipment that the district has been in need of for several years. This is why our rental budget is in place, for example, because we're constantly renting one of these. So this is a 210 L series. It's a folding enclosed cab with all the safety features. This is a smaller compact unit that will give us more maneuverability on all of our tank sites, booster sites, well sites. And a lot of our sites are, there's not a lot of room. So we need something more compact to be able to utilize for cleanup and for any kind of issues that we might have. This will also help us in our paving process, our pond maintenance, on our leak cleanup, anything like that we do out there. This is a valuable piece of equipment. Why? So we're acquiring this for a solution to our equipment rental expense, which I spoke on, which is approximately over about $6,000 per year. And usually there's a short time constraints when we have to rent this, which would be, a huge benefit to be able to have this on demand when we need it instead of trying to schedule and rent this out for a future date, which have time constraints on scheduling that the work has to get done, which often other things pop up like leaks or services, for example, that will pull the guys off from getting that work done all at once. So we're constantly renting this piece. So our team can exchange the efficiency and quickly work on all the work sites, offers greater flexibility and control over the project. So this is a cost of about $140,000, but this also includes over $71,000 government discount. So by working with a vendor that we work with, we do get a government discount. Any questions?
Vice President Doolittle.
Nothing for me. I do understand that it will last for 20 years. So
Correct.
thank you.
Director Fick.
Okay, this is a wide open desert, so I was thinking, well, why do you need something really tight and small? And then another question would be, when you rent it, where do you fetch it from?
So when we rent it, generally we'll rent from United Rentals or other places depending on availability. This is a very, this piece is acquired by everyone out there. It's used for all kinds of different avenues, so it's hard to get for us. Why we need something so small and tight, we have very large equipment in our industry. And we need something smaller because all reservoir sites, for example, that are going up Coral Springs Road, they're very tight. There's not a lot of room in between the reservoir and the fence itself, and there's rocks all throughout the outskirts of it. So this will give us more flexibility to be able to perform the work.
Well, yeah, when you rent it, do they deliver it or do you have to fetch it?
They do deliver it, yes,
They do deliver.
If it's available.
if it's available.
Okay.
We often wait.
Director Jarlsberg.
Yeah, it seems like, the rationale anyway solves our questions, I think. It seems like a good investment, but I just wanted to point out that, if it lasted 20 years, it would about balance out what you spend on rent. So that it's basically the expense is the same, but the usefulness is better.
Yeah, John Deere they're a prime brand. For example, we have a 2006 tractor out there and a 2007 currently still in use for the district.
Yeah,
Because as long as you maintain it and take care of the pieces of equipment, that will last many, many years.
is there some kind of warranty that comes with it?
There is warranties, yes.
Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you.
Director Short.
No question.
One of the things that I like too about having an additional one is the redundancy. I like having as many tractors as possible because occasionally we use all of them. I'm not sure if when the well 14 main blew in front there. I know there were a lot of tractors there and I wasn't sure if you'd still have one at the shop in order to move pipe around or like kind of a thing here, but there were at least 4 tractors out there for that thing. And if there's issues with maintenance or a breakdown or something like that, the more tractors, better, because our ratepayers are going to be waiting for their water occasionally. In this case, I think they did have water, but it was at a reduced pressure level,
Correct.
as I recall. Since I think United changed to somebody else, is the somebody else the same as United under a different name, or are they something? Yeah, they got different signage up there now.
Yeah, I'm not sure on that.
I have another question.
Of course.
So I heard you say another tractor. We don't have one like this, though, do
Not
we?
one like this.
Okay, all right. And what is this government discount? Like, where does that come from? And
And
can we get more of that?
Every time it's available, we try to get it.
which government is this?
It's a local government. I mean, it's a special district, so.
Oh, it's special districts.
Yeah, so we're special districts considered a local form of government. So that's why we qualify for it.
And we've already received it.
Well, we haven't purchased it, so no, but it,
But it's a guarantee. We
Yeah,
get
it's a
it.
guarantee.
Are you going to buy other accessories for this? We see the scoop and the Fresnel or whatever they call the box grader in the back.
That's the box scan and grader. No, this is, what you see here is what we're gonna get.
There's no coffee maker, blender, or anything.
No,
Induction oven.
But air conditioning.
but Eric can.
Yeah, air conditioning.
It does have AC. Yeah, you
AC.
need that. We need that.
I have another,
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, this is a workshop, so we can, I'm calling everybody initially, but follow-up stuff is fine.
well, I'm actually wondering about the people that have low voices, whether they're being picked up by the mic. I had a little problem listening or hearing David Shook, for instance, so I want to make sure that it is being able to be recorded for those that might want to see it later.
doing the best that we can. So if you can use the mics, that'd be helpful.
And maybe you can lean forward a little more when you talk, because I even have trouble hearing sometimes.
I'm famous for that.
It's down on the dais. We learned the hard way that that doesn't work either. We have to stay up.
Thank you.
Right.
Yes.
Well, I think this is a good project. Makes sense. Get this.
All right,
General Manager Johnson, proceed please.
Otter.
The plotter is used technically for technical drawings and design applications. So unlike standard printers, this is a giant printer. And it's actually a fax machine. And you can send it over Wi-Fi or USB and download documents and send them to whoever you need to, and they can send it to that device and we can print it out. But it's mostly for engineer plans. It gives you high quality and the large format prints for technical drawings, diagrams, maps, and geological, and for our GIS program. So I have a couple of displays here, if you don't mind. So this right here. This is 2/3 of the upcoming Belmont project. And that's the minimum we can use to get by now that we're having to outsource. I'll take that back. So we have 2, 4, 6, 8 copies here. This cost us around $800 for this set. Now I think this is also for every project that we do, not just mainline. This could go for, like well 14, we had that. D11, we have these engineered set of plans, and this is what we're using now. And that's hard to read when you're in the field, very hard to read. So not only does Jeremiah need a set, I need a set, the guys in the field need a set, and a backup set, and then we're marking on these plans. We have to adjust to them, and then we can scan them in that plotter, send them to the engineers, same time. Instead, right now, we're having to go outsource to Yucca Valley, and it's pretty costly. So I want to say overhead with everything, last time we're losing about $1,200 for every set, and I think we have 6 or 7 projects this year coming up. So I kind of feel like the plotter, it would make its money back in a couple of years.
In addition to lost staff time, so each time a person goes off-site to go and pick up the plans, it's about a 2-hour process, half an hour there, waiting in line, pick up the plans, half an hour back, get the plans to the different people before they get back on their job. So there's definitely some downtime when you have someone taking off the job to go and pick these up.
And I recently acquired the price is correct with that. It comes with a 5-year warranty. And this company that we currently are trying to purchase from, the TX 4100, I believe it was, is it's been the top rated plotter company in the last 31 years. And they're ranked top 5 among all other plotters. So I believe we once said that it was a mid-range. This is a top range plotter that I don't see why we couldn't get 10 years out of this minimum.
Questions?
Hello, Vice President Doolittle.
Well, so I expressed to some of you in an email after our last meeting that I was not in favor of this project because what I was hearing, and I took pretty complete notes, sitting there in my hotel room in Sacramento, was that they were about $500 to $800 per set, and we had 3 to 4 projects annually. And I was understanding that we did one, and then we had to do the red lines. And so it didn't seem like you just quoted for us that I was trying to understand. So how much are we spending this year on it? Do we think we spend a year on it? 6,000 a year or
No,
all these
Well, so
prints?
with the projects that we have going on, it all
Coming
depends
up.
on if we pass it all. So with just the mainline projects and what we know that we're doing, it's about 3 to 4. But
Right.
with mainline plans, we're looking at about 1,200 overhead, $1,200 per set. The reason why there's so many sets is because he has a set in the office, and if we have people going out and don't have a set, it's a problem.
Yeah, and you
The
can't.
guys in the
little
field,
ones, Yeah,
are always there. They have a set.
Mhm.
And they're marking up on these as we go, mark up, mark up, mark up.
Mhm.
Then I transfer both those plans together, and those are called the red lines. So we read them all out. Then we ship that to them, comes back again through another set of all the changes. So those are called as-bills.
As-bills, okay.
So in the end, there's usually four copies.
Well, I had understood this to be mid-range and now you're telling us, and that it was only gonna last 5 years,
Well,
but now it's a top range and you think it's gonna last 10 years.
so I wouldn't say top. Top to me, I feel like is 1, 2, but I feel like we're the
Okay,
top
top
five.
five.
It's a top 5 plotter company. And with the warranty, the 5 years and the tech support that I've been researching on.
Okay,
So this isn't something that we're gonna use every single day.
Right.
It's just when we use it a lot. So that's the benefit. If it was a plotter that was being used every single day, then I don't see this lasting more than 6 or 7 years. But since it's just being printed out for those projects, those big bulks, I can see this lasting 10 years plus.
Is this like a laser printer? Is that what the ink cartridge is like?
No, it's an inkjet and it has a giant basin and it actually runs it, most printers, like you're running low, it will run that thing dry to where you get to use every piece.
Okay.
And it won't let you print if it knows it's gonna run out of ink.
Clever. I myself switched to laser jet because the ink jet dries out so quickly here in the desert. And I would just flag that, especially if you're not using it very often, it could dry out more and then you have some issues. And my concern is the maintenance of it. And when you need it, you said you'd use it a lot. And then if there's an issue, getting the service on it, that might take a while. It could take a week. And then also the cost of the ink and the paper for this is not something that we're considering in the cost. So what is that?
Yeah, I'll have to get back with you on that.
Okay.
You have to do it.
Well, I wasn't trying to get you. I was just trying to,
But
you made a better argument than I heard last week for this. So,
honestly, once I figured out all the projects are gonna need that, I was focusing just on the mainline extensions and the big projects, but really the reservoirs, they need the same set of plans. The
Oh.
D1 booster rehab, same set of plans, and I wasn't thinking
so
clearly.
a lot more use than I'd understood.
More than we think. Anything
Ah,
that falls
good.
into the
Well,
project, we'll be using it. Now, I didn't research the ink at all, 100%.
yeah.
Last name of the rest on that one,
The
but
paper.
I can tell you this thing has all the bells and whistles, and I talked to the support team and all that. He was like, don't go through this. He's like, but if you go through this, they have the support team you need. The 5-year warranty will put us underneath that mark. And I think it's a great deal. When I first started here, we had this amazing plotter in there and I used it one time. Ever since then, we've been battling tech support. It won't work. So it would be really nice to have this. And it's not a need either. It's a need. It's not like, oh, it'd be nice to just have this plotter here so I don't have to drive back and forth.
Yeah, we all have to drive to Yucca Valley for things that we don't like. My concern is how do you know that this one, even though it's rated highly, couldn't have some of the same issues? So that, we won't know until we know. I don't know if the 5-year warranty protects us for that. So anyway,
Yeah.
all from me. Thank you.
Director Fick? Okay, some questions. What is the old brand that doesn't work or did work one time?
Well, one time for me.
Okay.
You remember what that's?
The HP.
HP. And what's the new brand?
The
It's a
Canon
Canon.
TS 4100.
Does it do more than one color?
Yes.
Okay. I assume it's not in the open air in the big maintenance building. Where would it be?
It'll be in the office area.
Okay,
It's
and,
in the climate controlled area.
okay, that's,
okay, yeah.
think jets, you really want to do that.
Yeah, there's maintenance programs on these fancier printers that you could run to constantly keep that ink flowing where nothing dries up.
Oh, it's the humidity in the room too.
Pardon me?
It's the humidity in the room too.
Yes.
So humidifiers help sometimes, depending.
Yeah, he would know.
It's true. Okay.
Director Jarlsberg?
Yeah, actually, some of my questions have been answered. I'm glad. What was I gonna say? Oh, yeah, but you mentioned fax. There are a lot of uses of it that don't use paper, right? So the designs can be faxed. Also you reuse if you're making marks on the paper and then sending them. I mean, it has several uses, it seems to me,
Sending and receiving.
and I want one. It sounds wonderful. And I think you also mentioned maps, which is one of my things too, which I'm looking forward to seeing. And multicolored, right?
I brought you maps. I didn't wanna. Everybody wanted it, so I was hopefully we were signing off on the plotter. Yes, maps, big maps. 44 inches.
I'm looking forward to the uses that we could do in-house. A lot more flexibility, and as long as you do have a maintenance contract. Or IT, easily available if there are glitches, I think that's good. Thank you.
Director Short.
No government discount for this?
We look every.
That's a good question.
Is there a way that we could show the public, because I don't think they caught it on camera, these little prints that we're using?
I can show what they look like on the actual plans and then what they look like here.
Right.
Yeah.
Good thing I'm tall.
Yeah, I know.
But for you guys, I can pull up what they look like here and you guys would be like, wow, because this is, I can show you this right here. They're pretty difficult to see out in the field and that's what we've been using,
Yeah,
Yeah.
especially the details of it.
oh my God, yeah, I don't even want to look at it.
It's the same size as those ones you showed us, because this looks bigger.
That one will do bigger.
This has the
but
potential to do bigger.
While you're up, why don't you hold up what we think might be the maximum size that's in the corner there?
How do you even read that?
I don't know, I don't even want to look at it. Go cross-eyed.
But it is capable of. That's capable of doing something about that.
That is able to do this.
Looking at
Yeah.
so many details.
That's perfect.
Yes, that it was just pointed out
Turn around and show the camera.
by director.
There's a bunch of stuff written on the back is why we're laughing.
Special.
Graphics.
Doodles.
Well, if you have guests in your home, and they have children, all you need is that and a box of
Oh,
crayons.
yeah, there you go. Finger paints.
They're probably all married with children by now. That's a blueprint from a Macy's remodel, Macy's department store.
Oh, okay.
I'm a dumpster diver, I admit it. You have further?
No, I think that's it.
Yeah, in the business I used to be in, this kind of thing was commonplace in that we used the Thomas guide.
Yeah.
And, a person not breathing at such and such an address, that kind of thing, and you're trying to go from one page to some other place in the.
Right.
To pick up what your route is gonna be, so you can give them your ETA to get authorized to roll code 3, all that stuff. And so the idea of having, not so much, and I'm sure it's useful to have a map that's enlarged, but to also have a map where you can have more on it, because you could print it larger and you can see the continuation of the streets and stuff like that. So I like the idea of having a printer, and you've always had one, but it broke. You wore it out and it's time to get another one. And I am sensitive to the cost kind of thing, but too, we can't compensate for a cost via savings all the time. Sometimes things just cost money, and we have to do things, and also, if you divide, what is it, 12.5 for this thing, divided by the years that it's going to be alive, that ink thing, and the cost of ink is a factor. I mean, even for a regular HP printer, you're spending $100 for a color and a black and white cartridges, I guess they are. But this is in bottles, right? The ink is in bottles. You pour it into a reservoir.
Yes.
So, do we send, these prints to anybody else? For example, if you modify one of these, diagrams or a map or, schematic, whatever the terms might be, do you then send them, those revisions, sorry, to, other agencies, like say, does the engineer want to know an update? Or the county inspectors have to
That's
be
exactly, yeah,
updated, or EPA?
that's exactly what they're doing. Whenever we're doing our mainline extensions or anything like that, or mainline that we're replacing, that's 100% going back to the engineer. And then GIS, it's being sent everywhere, so it's gonna be utilized for the T.
So it has a scanner too then?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a question right now, since we don't have the scanner capability, how are we getting this back to them? Are we mailing them?
Is that the bidder?
We're getting the USP stick, having to go to that printer place and having them send it over, because they have to print it out. It's.
Ah.
I had another question if you're done.
Yeah, go ahead.
So what other districts do we know that have, these local districts? Do we know? Yeah.
I know that High Desert has one.
Okay. And I'd really like for you to get back to us on the annual cost of ink and paper, please, because HP made its money by selling cheap printers and expensive ink. And that's, a business model that's now permeated the other industries and stuff, which I don't particularly like. But so, that could be the case here. So before I could sign off on this, I'd want to know that. The annual cost of the paper and the ink.
And perhaps something, along those lines, something comparative about, what the, brand X version would cost. I don't know who else, HP, I'm guessing might make plotters like this. Or even IBM would these things, or at least put their name on them. But generally speaking, I think that you need a plotter. It's a matter about how we go about it. And currently, my opinion, although we're going to be getting more information on it.
And was there any investigation of leasing this? Because I know other organizations have plotters where they just pay for the prints and the company owns the plotter. I don't know that we, would qualify. Maybe we don't do.
We actually do that with our Xerox machine, but there's a
Right.
full lease when it comes to Gatsby, and you can see it's a challenge in itself, and it comes with other costs.
Is that a depreciation issue even on a leased item? Is that what it is?
Yeah, would you like to talk about it?
No, the most recent, I think it's Gatsby 87, if I'm remembering the correct number. It required that we put leases on the books in a different way than we had in the past. So when we lease something in the past, we were able to just expense that cost. Now we have to capitalize it. And we have to record an asset and we have to record a liability. And so it's much more complicated. And when we put our two leases, which were the two copiers that we had at the time on the books, we had to add 8 general ledger accounts, and it took about 15 hours of time to get that all situated for 2 leases. So it is, yeah.
Trading
It's
one
a bit of
cost
a-
for another.
Yeah.
cost.
Yes, it is a bit of a hassle to deal with those leases. May not be worth it, but certainly something to consider, but may not be worth it.
So we'll look
David?
into those considerations and bring back on June best more information.
Is there a standardization on the width of these printouts for the plans?
36.
36, and what is this printer's width?
36.
This will do up to
It
44.
will do up to 44, but we're gonna be using it for 36.
For plan 36, and when we do maps, because we're big map guys, we print maps for everything. For what's out there in the field, will be.
Yeah, that's hard to imagine a 3-foot piece of paper out in the field.
That's what I was thinking about.
So
Yeah.
I wish our district was a 2 mile by 2 mile
Right.
square.
Yeah,
I could fit everything we could ever imagine on that one map. However, our district is not like that. It's very spread out, so it's hard to capture everything we need.
Mm,
Because we're not just looking at one small area.
Yeah.
We have to expand and look out miles and miles and miles on what these different projects will affect.
Well, I know 40-inch laminators take about 220 to run. So you might want to consider that.
Well, yeah, it's not a laminator. So it
Ah.
doesn't need that much power. This is the same exact as what we currently have at the shop. Would do the 44 as well, and it's ran off of 110.
Well, I'm just saying for the field, you might want to consider a laminator for the plans you print out, so.
Be a little hard to do the red lines on laminated, you know, and the big stick.
oh, yeah.
Sharpie.
Sharpie, there you go. All right, shall we move on?
yes.
All right, emergency booster pump inventory. Scott?
Good afternoon. These, this project or this slide is to the purchase of 3 booster pumps to be kept on inventory. It's for the hydro tank, H booster and J booster. These boosters have aged 20-plus-year-old booster pumps. At any moment, they could go out for those, or they could not work. It would be detrimental to the district to have these booster sites run on one booster for a long period of time, waiting on a new booster to come in. So we're trying to alleviate the lead times as well as keep the district on point where it's, with these 3 sites, the hydro, H tank and J tank, J booster. And the price of this project is $24,000. Questions?
Any questions, please?
Vice President Doolittle.
So these are just for emergencies for those booster stations, right?
This is backup inventory for the.
Right,
stations.
yeah, and okay, backup. So I can, so it's not it would replace if we had a problem or,
If we had a problem, then we would have the inventory on hand, whereas right now we don't.
okay, right, I understand, yeah. So it just says when it can be installed temporarily when we replace the faulty one. So I'm trying to understand which is it. Okay, so it is a replacement.
Yeah, so the point, like, so if we had a broken booster, we would put the new one in, since we have it on hand. Take the old one and possibly get it, send it to the company, get it re-put up to have that one on hand.
As a backup, okay,
Yeah.
all right. Well, no, I mean, I think that makes sense. I think, are we gonna need to do this again in the next budget cycle for the other booster stations?
No, ma'am, currently, and this is where, with the purchase of these 3 pumps, we would be at like 98% of all our booster stations having new booster pumps in them. They have at least one in it, all of them.
Okay. Thank you.
Director Fick.
Has booster engine technology improved in the last 20 years, or is pretty much, they got it right
I
person?
had to, I'll give you an example, I had to replace a fan, a cooling fan for one of the other ones, booster pumps at E21 booster site. And it took 4 months to find a 10-inch fan, just the fan kit to put on there. 4 months. So the rebuild is probably gonna go out the window too. Let's see, but it's all.
Sounds good.
Dr. Jarlsberg.
so these are just inventory that will sit there till they're needed.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Director Short.
No questions.
None here either. General Manager Johnson.
All right, the next slide is for an emergency mobile multi-use water pump. It'll give the district another layer of, another tool to react to an emergency, such as a down booster station, a large leak like the one out in front of 14. We could have used this to pump that hole out faster. And it also will alleviate us from having to use our power generation equipment and putting hours on those 2 as well. This is about $40,000.
Vice President Doolittle.
So I learned last week, this is offers redundancy to our emergency generators, right?
Yes.
And then is Thompson the brand? Yeah, Thompson's the brand name. And this is just a basic piece of equipment. And the life expectancy is 20 years.
With good maintenance.
So how often would we be using something like this, do you think?
Now,
Annually, yeah.
If we're
It's hard
lucky,
to-
if we're lucky, we'll never have to use it.
Well,
But so that could be, we just had in the last 8 months, we had a failure at a booster station. So we ran into the issue of with AQMD, we're only allowed X amount of hours to use on a generator during an emergency. So we,
air quality management is.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
so we peaked that time when it came to the generator. And then what we had to do is we had to sub out that generator for another one just to keep that site rolling until we had the electrical panel rebuilt. So with this right here, this is plug and play and it bypasses the whole booster station. In general, it's a little mini booster station.
Mhm.
So for redundancy is amazing. We could use it, we could have once a year, it could happen 5 times in a year. It's that part is really unknown. But this will definitely, especially in a true emergency, will help us in our fight to be able to keep water to the customer.
And it just runs on gasoline, right?
Diesel, yes.
Oh, it is diesel. So, yeah, and so what does it have as far as any environmental, factors on it to reduce emissions?
It's the same as any other piece of equipment, diesel piece. Which would probably be a tier 4 is what a California compliant is.
Oh, okay, so that's a good thing.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Director Fick, you have to tell AQMD that you have this?
So this is under their threshold. Okay. So we will not have to permit it and pay fees on that.
That's a big plus.
That is,
Director Charlesburg.
That appears to have a lot of moving parts on it. Where is it stored?
this will be stored inside the building. So it'll be kept.
Inside of the
inside
shop.
The shop, yes.
And you've got a place where you keep these kinds of equipment?
Oh,
So
we
they're
make. room
protected
for
and all
these
that,
things,
yeah.
absolutely, yes.
Yeah.
And that is another reason why our 2006 and 2007 two backhoe tractors are still
Yeah.
operating, is because we're capable of keeping those in the building the majority of their life.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Director Short?
Nothing at the time.
Same here. General Manager Johnson.
All right, now we're gonna move on to our favorite capital improvement replacement projects. I'm gonna start it off and then Brandon's gonna take it away. To start, we have had in 2019, the district initiated its official CIRP program, demonstrating its dedication to ongoing maintenance and infrastructure. While the primary focus of this program is pipeline replacement, CIRP also assists with other capital projects such as the well 14 rehab, the 4 log installation, D11 rehabilitation, recharge pond rehabilitation, road rehab, office building remodeling, and MIAC system installation. When this program kicked off, the first program that was completed was a Saddleback project. It was in 2 phases. It completed in 2021 for about $1.3 million. It's 27,000 linear feet approximately. Then we moved on to the Tilford 1 project completed in 2022. It was a little over $1 million for 29,000 feet. The Saloon project completed in 23 at 60,000 at about 660 feet. Tilford 2 completed also last year at 726,000. Roughly at about 10,439 feet. Each of those projects, on average, were completed about 46.39 per linear foot, which is an excellent dollar value. Belmont, we're estimating to be about $69 a foot, much higher. We know, but price of everything has increased a lot since we started this program, but still, on average, if we were to outsource this, the cheapest we could find, and this is if you're talking about very easy terrain, is 150 a foot and upwards to 500 a foot if you're outsourcing this program. So kudos to the board for getting this program. We still have approximately 280 feet of pipe that needs replacement that's on our list. So we're going to keep miles.
Yeah.
Sorry. Miles of pipe. We have about 322 miles
Okay,
in our system and about 280 left to go. Next project we have on our roster is the Belmont Pipeline Project. This project is slated to start this year. It's in 3 phases and it's a little confusing. I apologize for the confusion, but we are starting, the first project is going to be phase 2. Then we're going to move to phase 3 and we'll end at phase 1. Brandon, you can take it from here.
First, I want to apologize for confusing everyone with the phases. So the reason why we did the phases like this was for cost. Phase 2, we kind of had to start with because that's where all of our sources of water are going to be. And then phase 3 was more cost effective. And phase 1 is actually 12-inch and asphalt. That's why our linear foot is going to be so high. So I actually printed out maps because
They're kind of small, aren't they?
you guys want the small ones. You do.
Thank you.
I remember we were having trouble trying to figure out where this is, but phase 1 is on Aberdeen. It's a little over 2 miles. And it looks like it's gonna be an asphalt. That's why our linear foot is gonna be so high. If it wasn't for that, 12-inch is expensive. A lot more expensive per valve and all that. And then also with 12-inch, you go deeper, so your fire hydrant lateral buries. The buries, how deep it is, are actually tall 60-inch buries. We usually do 48. So the hydrants are more expensive. The total job is 43,000 feet. So just to make everyone understand how big this job is, it's about 8.1 miles. And I know everyone knows Sunburst. If you drive Sunburst from the highway all the way up to Golden where it jogs, and then drive back to the highway, and then drive back to Golden, that's how long this job is. And if you drive that job at 45 miles an hour, it can take you just under 10 minutes. That's how big this job is. So like she said, like Sarah said, in 23, 24, we're gonna start that job. And if we didn't have supply chain issues and possibly funding, we could possibly complete this whole project in 14 months. Miss anything, Sarah?
I think you got it. So phase 2 begins 24, 25. Phase 3 is slated for 25, 26. Phase 1 is TBD. We're hopeful to do it in 25, 26. It will be dependent on funding, and we have that whole chromium thing ahead of us. So that's why we have a TBD there. We have already completed the bulk buy and have that ready to get going this fiscal year for phase 2. So the next step for phase 2 is the actual replacement. We'll build the replacement.
Phase 2.
So this is the map that you were just handed showing that's between Aberdeen and Golden.
Yeah. So this is note, has 70 to 80% of Belmont area contains aging undersized steel pipe. 70 to 80% of this area.
The installation will help to improve fire flow and reduce leaks in this area. It's about 60-year-old pipeline there. It was chosen because of the high likelihood of outages and water loss. And this project is estimated to cost about $900,000 this phase.
And it's 60 years old.
How many?
60.
So while this is ongoing, we'll begin the design and survey process for the next phase, which is phase 3.
Yeah, the design and survey, it falls into those red lines, engineer process that we go through, and then the survey. Everyone thinks it's something else than it really is, but really with those engineered plans is it gets surveyed, it's GPS, and they line out these stakes on where the meters are to be placed, where the T's are, the valves, the fire hydrants, any fittings that'll adjust our alignment, our actual alignment, that falls into survey. And we're gonna have that done towards the end, just in case weather, vandalism, anything happens to these stakes, we'll have them ready for us when we're ready to start.
The next phase.
The next phase. So if we do it too soon, that's when weather, we have floods up here. We have certain types of people up here too that will mess with them or whatnot, but we like to hold off on that to the last possible moment, and that's only gonna cost us 50,000 only, sorry.
And also, while phase 2 installation is happening, not only will design and survey be planned and happening, phase 3 bulk buy will be happening. This purchase involves acquiring inventory ahead of time for Belmont Phase 3. The project aims to replace 13,000 feet, both 8 and 6-inch sections. Costs about $650,000 for that bulk buy. And again, that start date is next fiscal year.
We're having to work on this bulk buy issue. It makes it confusing for all of us, I know, but it seems like this is the only safe way for us to make sure we can get the inventory on time. And this last bulk buy that we paid for is complete and for phase 2. It took us 10 months to get it. 9 to 10 months. And we have it all. If we were to wait till that cycle, we could be sitting on our hands the whole time waiting for this material to show up, but we don't want to do that. We want to replace the infrastructure, and that area is in dire need.
So Brandon, pre-COVID, how long did it take to get supply?
3 weeks on average.
Okay, and now we're waiting
Oh.
10 months. So
Oh.
you can see why we have to get this in
Mhm.
advance.
Fire hydrants used to cost 18 to 2,000. They're almost over 5,000 a piece now. And it falls with anything brass in it is bad. Just the pipe that our first shop Saddleback, I believe, was $6.86 a foot. Don't quote me on that. Right now, we're paying 28. So it's an uphill battle. Needs to be done, but with the cost of how quick and under budget we're doing this at 46, I believe, a linear foot, $46 a linear foot. Most contractors are charging between $150 and closer to the $400 range. So we are well below any private contractor coming in. You're saving the customers a lot of money.
Just a clarification, that this project, the Belmont, we're at 69,
Yeah.
46 was the previous projects, and that has to do with the inflation, has to do with the cost of things, but it also has to do with this project has larger pipes, so larger diameters and need more cost, and it also has an asphalt component to it, which is on Aberdeen, and that's also costly. So that's why the price goes up, but still, as Brandon was saying, well under the cost of outsource.
Yeah, and just to be clear, the full project, phase 1, 2, and 3, $69 linear foot. If you just take 2 and 3, we will be under that. That's what this phase 1 is gonna eat up a lot of dough when it comes to the material that we're using, the size, and the likelihood that us being an asphalt. We have to jump through hoops when it comes to asphalt.
And again, we apologize that the phasing is confusing. I get it confused too.
I get it too. That was my idea.
All right, any questions on the Belmont projects that we just showed you in the last 3 slides, please?
Vice President Doolittle.
Yes, I'm just looking at the rate study and then the proposed budget for this year, and I was trying to, so it looks like that the capital budget is $3,281 and essentially 3 million.
I wish it was that.
3 million.
Let me hear-
And that's close to what, we didn't have the 200, it's like 200,000 over, it looks like, from what we had in the rate study for this year. But for this budget cycle. So that's pretty good. And, I want to say also, I'm remiss in saying, thank you guys for being here. It's really nice to hear things from you directly. And I really do appreciate all the work that you've done on this. I just think the board is gonna have a much more educated perception and context with reviewing the budget. So thank you so much. Sincerely. It all looks fine to me. I mean, that's, and I think it's also brilliant that we're doing the bulk buys ahead of time. And I know that it takes a lot of planning and everything to get out there to do it, but it certainly makes sense. And I appreciate the fact that it's saving the ratepayers money. All from me.
Director Fick.
Okay, several questions. On phase 1, and you say asphalt, does that mean you put it right down the middle of the road, or do you put it to the side?
I wish right down the middle would work. Just shut the road down. I wish we could, but no, it'd probably be 1 lane. And then we'll use the berm side as our spoil side where the dirt goes, and we'll have another lane open for traffic. So we'll have traffic control in Aberdeen. So it'll probably be center of, actually, little code. If you lay too close to the edge of the road, you have to repave the whole lane. So we have to be a minimum of 4 feet off the edge of the road. Because what we're gonna have to do is call it a T-cap, I feel like we should have another workshop for this.
Yeah.
It's called the T-caps, because what we do is we get our zipper, we zip out the asphalt, and then we pothole all the utilities, and then what we actually are allowed to do is if we compact that mixture, we can put it back, and then when we lay, we get our temporary asphalt in there, because we have to get compaction, pressure tests, samples, all this stuff, right, before we put it online. Now, when that's done, we gotta get a zipper, which is called a recycler, he chews that all up, and then we come in, it's called base pave, 3 feet wide. Then when that settles and we're good, then we come back and have another zipper come that's 8 feet wide, and it's called a T-cap. So that base cap is the 4 inches deep. Then we come back and zip it out that much, but 8 feet wide, and then it makes a T, and it locks it in so it doesn't settle. So they call it a T-cap.
Do you have an inspector of sorts following all this?
We will have the county will be out here watching that, but it's an ordeal. You get to see our Lee boy in action, the same one that did the parking lot. But it's a lot of planning, a lot of work, and that's why that phase 1 is more expensive.
You're now fully trained and we have a labor.
We will
position that
expect
we have.
that.
Yeah, really.
We'll expect that.
Other question on phase 2, just a curiosity, Unruh Way has a floating purple bar, in other words, it's not attached to anything, it just looks there.
There's good pipe on that street, it's just a tie-in. It's a short section. Yori, I believe it is.
Well, Unruh,
URY.
UNRUH.
Yeah, so it's a short section. The pipe that is going into, what's the side street there? Do you see that? Is it
Can you read it? on the map?
Bazalas?
No.
Or whatever? Oh, come on, Daniel. I gave out all the maps. You guys got all the maps.
It looks like it's just a block long is what it looks like.
Yeah, it doesn't show the street.
You don't have any kind of a legend or anything.
Yeah, there's-
How long anything is.
So Avenida del Sol, that's good pipe. So all we're doing is tying into that. Thank you, sir.
Ah, there it is. Avenida del Sol.
So that little section,
Yeah, right here.
yeah, it ties into phase 2. Three. Yeah, I haven't color labeled to which phase it goes to. But that little section is a part of that process. Just because it's a little section on the side street doesn't mean it's part of that phase, that it is or isn't. That just was added in, because it's only 600 feet or so. And currently it has a 2-inch PVC plastic line feeding those houses.
so all this will be 12-inch,
No, only phase 1.
only phase 1. And then
So
the other-
phase 1, I believe I have red.
Yeah.
That's all Aberdeen.
And why is that 12-inch?
It's a transmission main.
Okay, I'm done.
Director Charlesburg?
I don't want the job. No, thank you. Aberdeen is scary. The amount of traffic on there, it's, I don't know, I don't even like to think about it.
I'm glad that you brought that up.
Oh my God.
And it is a thing that now that I work in this industry, or that I have for a while, anytime I see traffic control, I'm always looking to make sure it's done properly and slow down. Those people all want to go home at the end of the day.
Oh my
They're-
God, yeah.
Yes, please be careful around any traffic control that you see, any construction going on.
I just wanted a little more information about the blue pipes. I think you've given me information in the past. But maybe a review of it as to, is this a new thing? The blue, I see blue everywhere. I was driving from Orange County over the week or past couple of days, and there was work going on along the road, and it was all blue pipes lined right up. And you're inventorying them way ahead of actually using them. And we know what the desert air and sun does to plastic. I mean, why are these reliable? I mean, why are we using them?
PVC is the most reliable right now unless we go to ductile. So I won't sit here and tell you that PVC is the most reliable pipe, because all of us up here will admit, ductile iron pipe is the pipe you want to use, but it is outrageously, it's way harder to install.
Okay,
It's way more expensive, but next to second, close second is this PVC. Not only is it lighter for the guys to install, it's easier to install, and it's perfect earthquake heat weather kind of pipe. It flexes with the earth.
Oh.
So where
yeah,
the concrete pipe and the old steel pipe would burst, this moves and it goes with it. And we've seen videos, I've been to classes where excavators will trample over it and they'll put two caps on it and pressurize it to 250 PSI and it doesn't break. They've used these vices where they smash it down with two caps on the end to wait till it bursts and the caps blew instead of the pipe. So this is very, very, very durable pipe, not what you see at well 14.
But it also seems, oh,
So just to be clear, well 14 was C900, we're using C909. There's a tensile pencil strength situation, I'll have to give you guys a class on that one. But that old pipe, if you were there, you saw that that shouldn't have been installed the way that it was, and that's part of the reason why that happened.
Kind of deep.
It was a little deep for my liking, yeah.
And
So-
I'm talking about the color of
Yeah,
pipe
yeah.
itself, because in some, I think you were on a tour and there was purple pipe and there's blue pipe. Can you explain?
So.
Yeah, that's
pipe-
kinda what it-
Pipe is water, that's,
but, yeah,
pipe is water,
right.
purple pipe is reclaimed, and then you'll see green pipe, that's for
Oh.
sewer.
Oh, okay. But blue pipe is in demand right now, right? By a lot of entities.
Yes.
That's why I see it along the highway and stuff too.
Yeah, so.
So I imagine it's a good time to get it. If you can get it now.
What happens is that those are actually different PSI standards too.
Yeah.
The sewer has a lower PSI standard, and then the reclaim gets up there closer to our water, and then water has a higher, like 350 PSI that can.
Okay, thank you.
Director Short.
Oh, yeah, this is my division, so
Yeah.
the roads up there are pretty rough too, in some spots.
You'll have one good lane.
But yeah, and Aberdeen it is a pretty busy street. A lot of people use it as a main artery to get around, so
Yeah,
we need to be making sure that we're communicating effectively with the public. On the timelines on these and any alternative routes that they should be taking. But I am glad we're doing it because get a lot of people complaining about their water quality out there, and getting new pipes should help that, right?
yes.
That's about it. Got nothing else?
Alrighty. Nothing from me on the.
I have one follow-up just real quick. Director Short brings up a good comment, a good thought regarding communication. And I'm just wondering if, have we ever rented a lighted sign, that we could put out there to let people know that this is coming up? It seems like that's a good way to communicate.
So for Saddleback, we set up signs all over the Saddleback project. We got away from that on Tilford because we were a little further out there and kind of in the woodworks. But we do deliver door hangers with little signs of when the project will start, how long it's gonna take.
That's right.
And if you need to speak to anyone, usually my number is all over it, but we're gonna put David's number on this. And we give the morning, but any options we're open for.
Right, so I think we should consider that, renting a lighted sign and putting it out there, that kind of like Caltrans does when they tell you the road's gonna be closed
Oh,
for a certain period of time.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying.
I got you.
Yeah,
In high
One
traffic
lane.
areas,
Yes.
we do that. The last time we actually had to do that was when we installed the recharge line. Going down the highway.
62, yeah.
62 is we had. that
2019,
set up. Depending on how much traffic is rated on that road, would depend on what type of traffic control we
Ah,
need to do.
oh, by code. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, got it.
And the more signage and the more lit up we can make it, the better off we are.
yeah, it's,
I misunderstood your question.
That's all right.
and it's pretty dark at night on that road.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, in my nighttime travels, I've kind of noticed that an awful lot of the unlighted, I don't know what you call them when they do this, the sandwich board type
Mhm.
sawhorse type.
Yeah.
yeah.
A lot of them get run over.
Oh, yeah.
They also don't get picked up very timely either. So especially the ones that run over. General Manager Johnson.
Great, thank you. Next CIRP project is the recharge rehabilitation. Brandon. Take it away.
The recharge rehabilitation, a few of you guys went to the tours that we had and saw us taking water from Mojave. So this isn't just normal maintenance, wear and tear. This happens long-term. What we've noticed is the walls are slowly decaying. And we haven't put a whole lot of money into the infrastructure of this. We used to get glue, it's called Envirotech, environmentally friendly. And it would help seal the wall, even with the water rising, lowering, and it wouldn't degrade it, it wouldn't pull it away. And I don't know if you guys can see the photos in there. It's falling apart and it needs some love. And not only are we doing that, we're scarifying it, which not only eliminates the vegetation, but it helps us percolate the water and filter the water better. All right, because what happens is we'll get this film on top and then kind of like algae, and the water will sit up there and it'll take longer for the water to percolate down and refill our aquifer. So this is it's gonna cost 40,000. As you can see, we got a little tractor up there that we're gonna use if we can get the funding for that. But we'll also be renting other equipment that we don't usually use, like a dozer. And we're gonna redo the sidewalls, the top, and reseal the walls of the recharge. And I do believe this is something, in my opinion, that might need to be brought up every 5 or so years and put into the budget. I don't recall what I said last time, but I want to see how far the EnviroTech goes, because that's really what it comes down to. Is I want to see, we're going to get a lot to try and double coat it, but I want to see how long we can get that to last. And see, you know, because we're taking water every year, and keep track and see how often we would need to do this. And before it gets to this state, address it.
Vice President Doolittle.
So so the EnviroTech application is like a glue and it keeps the sidewall solid. I took notes. And it itself costs 2,500. And then this 40K has the in-kind cost, so it includes the labor hours.
Yes.
Do we go through state purchasing to purchase something like this EnviroTech so that we get, you know, a good cost for it? You know, like on the.
We purchased it last time. It was someone that doesn't work anymore. But I believe we did. Steve, I think went through that last time. And for this application, no. As far as funding wise, is that what we're talking about?
No, as far as getting the best price, because, you know, the state negotiates with vendors and says, we anticipate we're gonna need, you know, vendors in the state are gonna buy this much of this and.
Most of the things that we go through, they usually give you a list of what is gonna be on sale and what you could get a deal on. But I think for this application isn't, but I could research that and take a look at it.
Who gives you a list? The state saying of it?
Job deals,
Sourcewell?
Sourcewell.
Oh, okay,
We have a whole
okay.
different
Okay, yeah,
vendors,
okay.
sites that we use for making sure that we're getting the best deal.
okay. And that tells you, that's from California state government.
Sourcewell is.
Is state,
Is
yes.
state. Yes. Gov Deals is not state, but they are endorsed by CSDA. We use them for when we surplus our vehicles this last year.
And I know last time when we purchased this for 1214 and a couple of the reservoirs, me and Steve were venturing around. I think we found 5 other companies, and the best one we found, I forget the company's name, but they're in Indio. We actually had to go out there.
Director Fick.
Something, well, the better or quicker you can get the water into the ground, it evaporates less. How many acres is one of these recharge ponds? About 2 acres?
7 for the whole thing.
I think combined for the bigger ponds are an acre each. So they're broken up into 2 sets, like pond A and pond B, but they feed each other, so that's typically 1 pond. But the 2 halves will make up 2 acres.
And depending on the season, you probably have what? You figure in how much you lose to evaporation?
You could lose up to, in the hot summer months, you can lose up to 6 inches of water for USGS.
Per,
A day.
in a 1 acre pond or?
In a swimming pool
Okay.
and the ocean, anything for our desert, that's what their estimate is for evaporation,
Any size water,
any size water basin
6 inches per day.
per day.
So having that percolation rate's very important.
Yeah,
That water's going down rather than, you know, back up.
Okay, that's,
Director Strasberg.
Yeah, I think I asked this question at the committee but I like the answer, so I'm gonna ask it again. This is, the EnviroTech is similar to what you might see along the highways, the green that is sprayed down the whole.
Caltrans uses the
Yeah.
same stuff, it's just green.
Yeah, so, and you see that used a lot, so this kind of makes sense. But it's also, environmentally friendly to, animals and birds and,
Yes.
yeah, vegetation that might be eaten by,
Yeah, I've researched it all and Envirotech does, it's all environmentally friendly. It's just there are different sources that you can use.
yeah,
Different applications like a super slope, or if you wanted, there's different applications. And this application with the filling and dumping, this was the best application.
thank you, looks good.
Director Short.
No, I think we covered everything.
I think I recall that in the beginning, we were outsourcing the scarification of the ponds, and it was costing something like $10,000 to do that. And that was part of the motivation for us to start doing it ourselves. Is this so?
Yes, so when I first started here, that was one of the first jobs I was asked to do was to scarify the ponds. And I believe it was Shirley charged us 16 or 17,000 to do that. And I don't know if they Envirotech when they were there. They was just scarify.
When we take water into those, does the water itself actually go above the ground level of the wash, or is it? Do we actually use those sides for?
We
content?
only use those concrete sides if in an emergency of some sort. Those are, we've used them before if need be in a crucial time, but I prefer not to use those because the more you use those, the more they corrode and ruin the other system that goes over. But Jeremiah's been here longer, you might have used it.
We had an issue with taking on too much water from MWA, had an issue on their end. Basically, it wasn't us, it was a them problem, which created a problem for us. So instead of our typical 1,600 to 2,500 GPM a minute, they were cooking it to us about over 4,000 GPM. So let's just say our pond one filled up very quickly, very fast, and it flowed over, and it actually caused a lot of damage to our pond one.
When was this?
This was 3 years ago.
And we don't have any way to gate that, right? The flow rate. You know?
No, so that's a lot of water and it happened very quickly. So by the time they communicated with us, reaction was there and everything got shut down, but we had taken a lot of water very quickly. So the glue on the wall would definitely help because we don't want the water to penetrate on the sides of the ponds. We just want to do it down. So the more we can do to force that water down, the better off we are, especially with evaporation.
So the Envirotech, I'm sorry, goes on the concrete or goes on where does it?
On the dirt, so on the sidewalls.
I see the dirt.
Yeah.
And then there's concrete above it.
And there's
Got it.
concrete and base above it, so we don't want the water touching that
Right.
unless it's for an emergency, which there's redundancy built in. So the water will overflow on catch basins to capture it. But we just want to keep the ponds as perfect as possible, looking good, but also if it's like a levee. So if that levee were to fail, that water's gonna go somewhere and we're gonna lose out, which obviously comes at a cost.
And I just want to remind everyone that when I did the tour of the Morongo Basin Pipeline with the Mojave Water Agency, the engineers that I was talking to were envious of Joshua Basin Water District's setup for our ponds and stuff. They thought it was the best of the best, so. So the Envirotech, does that have some plastic in it?
I couldn't tell you. the
It
value
seems
of
like it does, like just seeing it on the roads, it seems like, it might be some biological stuff and then,
I know that if Caltrans and the state's using it, that's gotta be environmentally friendly because they have so many standards like we do.
Okay,
And I know I don't wanna put anything near our aquifer that doesn't have anything like that, so
yeah,
it's more of a glue. I haven't heard anything about plastic,
okay,
but I know that it's friendly to animals and it's friendly to us as far as water,
all right,
and that's what I've read so far.
thank you.
So I can recall that we were somewhat I don't know if you'd call it surprised or just very happy that the rate of percolation of the water into those ponds was almost surprisingly rapid. And I think, I don't know if we still do it, but initially we were trying to take our water deliveries during the cooler times of the year so that evaporation that Director Fick mentioned was hopefully minimized.
Yes,
Do we still?
that's generally the goal. However, we also have to play with availability factor on top of it. So we try to definitely take it during the cooler months. Doesn't always work out that way, but that's what we strive for.
I had another follow-up.
Please.
How does this relate to our banking agreement?
Well, it doesn't necessarily relate to the banking agreement. We take water if the MWA has it in excess, and
Mhm.
we would take it in our recharge ponds. And if our ponds are rehabbed, then we have the ability to take it, but it doesn't necessarily impact the banking agreement in any way.
But it helps us store.
That's correct.
Yeah,
It does
right.
help us have the ability to store water, when
Yeah.
it's available.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
General Manager Johnson.
This is our final project for CIRP. We're going to go through the slide and then we're going to show you a video and we'll take questions after the video. This is the A1 road rehabilitation.
This is A1 Tank Road, located on the northeast side of the district. The reservoir serves approximately 200 residents and is available for future brook build out. The road leading to the reservoir is the most challenging in the district. It is not just steep, the terrain makes maintenance nearly impossible. The treacherous road has damaged district vehicles, hampers productivity, and is a safety concern. And that goes without like ease. This is, when you see this video, this is the worst road, I believe, in the district going to one of our facilities, and it's shocking.
This is one.
Roll that view.
This is one of those roads that's not a matter of if, it's when. We don't want anybody to get hurt. It's a challenging road. We have almost an impossible task of getting a service truck up there when we need to have one up there. And we have a solution for the problem. So Lisa, if you would. So this video was taken in-house by our very own. It looks more like a Toyota truck commercial because the Toyota gets up there pretty easily. Unfortunately, the video doesn't show how scary this is. Every time Director Nazario and I go up there, I say a little prayer that we're going to make it down because it's really scary. But fortunately, he's a safe driver.
But you can see the road and how rutted and how deep the ruts are. And there's no wiggle room on either side with the rocks.
And when you get to the top, the turnaround, it doesn't necessarily show in this video, but it's on a slope and it's over rock and it's really.
Well, you can't even tell where like the very tippy top,
Yes.
like where it is. Yeah, where you're going.
And then we have to get not just our own vehicles up there, but when we have SCADA go up there, they have to bring, so we have service trucks that are not even our own that we're risking having go up there and potentially having, problems.
Yeah, like diving reservoir.
Diving the reservoir is a good example.
Couldn't imagine having to do that in the rain.
And right now it's worse. We just went up, 2 weeks ago, and it's worse than even when this video was shot. So this is that part where it's in the turnaround, it's small, and Director, could you pause the video, Lisa? This is an example of the small area that we have up there. The skip loader can get behind that tank where bigger equipment can't. So while it's wide open desert, not all of our sites are wide open. This is a good example right here to see. But that area where the truck is, it looks in the video like it's flat, but it's actually sloped. And you have to come down that big rock and it's shaly, so you have to contend with that as well. So it's a pretty scary road. And there is a solution for it. So you want to talk about the solution of paving this road?
So the solution is that hopefully we can get that skip loader out there and other equipment and work on some grading, try to slopen it out a little bit so it's not so steep. And then we're gonna bring in about 6 to 8 inches of base gravel in there to help stiffen it up and level it all out. And then I plan on bringing in another 4 inches of asphalt across the top, which is gonna be a task, because we'll have to pretty much not hoist, but tow our paving machine up every time and then push it back down and back up. because trying to get that thing up that hill is just not gonna happen. But the paved machine is the way to go because it'll come out the cleanest and I think it'll look amazing. And I believe there's gonna be a little bit in there to where we can even put a little curb on one side to keep the water from coming from one side to the other, then getting on the road and then starting another problem on the other side of the pavement later. But the base is gonna keep it together. We'll have about the same amount of base as the highway does on our streets. And then we're gonna start with 4 inches here, and I think that is gonna be a huge fixer for that road, and I would guarantee you that lasts at least 10 years, at least. And that's if we have earthquakes and stuff like that, where it just messes it up.
And it will-
I see it lasting a long time.
So it'll require regular maintenance after
Yeah,
that.
we'll have little patchwork with cracks and stuff like that over time, but 10 years minimum before we even would have to even think about a budget, and I think probably 15 or longer, honestly. This, compared to what we have now, it shouldn't get brought up for 15 years.
Our reservoirs are visited on a regular basis, and we hired a new production operator in December. He's doing a great job, and I heard through the grapevine when he was taken to the site, in his orientation, he said, we're gonna drive up that. So it's pretty scary, and definitely a project that's been on the radar for years and years and years. So we're at a place where we want to fix it, and the cost, including labor for this project and is $66,000. We're happy to take any questions.
So when we reviewed this last week, I had put in quote marks, it was said it's a permanent fix, but it's essentially a permanent fix, because we're only gonna have to do tiny maintenance
It's
over
gonna be
time.
tiny maintenance, but it's a permanent fix. It's more that I'm speaking of that catastrophic, if we have a quake, we're in quake area, we can have issues up there.
Oh, yeah, I understand that,
But
yeah.
it's just like the road that we drive on. We want them to fix those little potholes here and there, and that's what we can do in-house, no problem.
So will you be doing the same T technology like Caltrans you explained to us, and using the zipper and?
No, there's no zipper needed because there's no asphalt there currently.
Oh, okay.
It's just dirt and, well, rock. But the T-cap is only used when we're attaching to asphalt. So since we're actually putting the first asphalt in there, we won't be doing that kind of technology there, but it will be it'll be like our parking lot, if not better. I hope, because it's gonna be steep. We're gonna try to cut it to not be so steep, but I foresee it looking and being very, very safe when we're done with it.
And we're just gonna follow the same road. We're not cutting any more new road.
Correct. We're limited on where we can go.
Okay, just asking. So it seems to me that we need, you were mentioning dragging the asphalt up or something like that. I think you need a 40 mule team to drag it up. Tradition in the desert, and then you need a little miner's rail cart to take it back down, so.
I like where you're going.
All right, all for that.
Okay. In the diagram here, it looks like it's a loop. The road that you showed us going up is the most direct. And then there's this one, and looking at the diagram, it goes to the right and goes down. It's probably even steeper.
This is a screenshot from Google Maps, and you want to,
So that loop that you currently see actually goes off onto someone else's property. So that loop got basically blocked off years ago. Because we don't obviously want to go on anyone's property that.
And
it's really not a passable road.
it
It
looks
is,
pretty, but it's not.
it is steeper and rockier than the other one.
And there's this great,
That's where the pipeline actually comes down off of that reservoir.
If we didn't razor back it like it does now, there isn't a vehicle here that could go up that hill. If we went straight up to the reservoir, it's not happening. So we have to do that razor back technique that we have currently.
Yeah.
Your Jeep.
okay.
There's a challenge.
It's the one on the right is the current road.
Yeah.
Okay,
Director Jarlsberg.
I had a similar question, thank you. It seems to me that 66,000. I don't know, it seems like a low number for all
I
that you're
thought
talking about.
I mentioned that.
How are you keeping the costs down?
Doing it in-house. If we outsource it, this would be a $300,000 job easily.
Yeah, yeah.
And you already have the asphalt too.
Yes, and this
Okay.
project has always been on the radar for every single general manager that has been here in my time. It's always been talked about. It's never came to fruition because of cost. So
Yeah.
now that we actually have an in-house team that could actually perform this stuff, we could bring this at a very reasonable cost and actually get it done.
To be honest, all we're really paying for is labor, asphalt, and base. We have everything else here,
yeah.
where other outsourced companies are gonna charge you for everything.
And I also wanted to comment on the video, how clear it was. Is that our drone that we use on a regular basis for a variety of things?
So it was like 4K, wasn't it? Yeah, yeah, it was really great.
Yeah, it's our drone and we try to utilize it as in many different opportunities as possible, especially
Yeah.
a lot of reservoir inspections.
Yeah,
It really comes in handy.
But just to be clear,
better than Google Map.
this
Yeah.
is the current road and it'll be the new road.
Oh, good. Thank you for
This
doing
is
that.
the actual road. This is straight up and down. It's not gonna happen. And this isn't our property. Our property ends right here.
Ah,
Next meeting, I'll bring a printout of that too.
yeah.
But this actually kind of falls off and all this goes into someone else's property. So it's a good question though. That was my first question when I talked to Jeremiah. I was like, why don't we just try to do a loop?
It costs that much to get, onto their property probably.
Director Short?
Oh, no comments.
So 4 out of 5 directors have been up the C3 road. And how does the quality of the C3 road compare with
Yeah.
this one?
I would give C3 a C. And I would give this a Z minus. It's that bad.
Yeah.
President. It's bad.
Anything further?
Yeah,
David?
well, one, I have a Subaru, I could do it. Two. You mentioned paver. What kind of,
We have a Leeboy paving machine that we did use on the parking lot.
okay, and not that I'm up on pavers, what, does it do what, 6 feet wide or what?
It could do up to 8 feet wide.
No,
And it can do this road.
After I get the base paved down and get it leveled out, yes.
Okay,
It's gonna be, the task is getting it up there in between. So what I believe is gonna happen is we're gonna get all the base paved done and cleaned up. And then get half of the roads asphalt there. And we'll get it up there and it's gonna be one push and we're gonna keep hauling asphalt and dumping it in the hopper. And then that's it for that day. Let that asphalt sit for a couple days. That way we can drive on it and then get it back up there and do the same thing on day 3 or 4. If we try to do it the same day, we're gonna be tracking all over and it's not gonna look very good.
that's all I got.
10-minute break?
I believe
15.
we are there. 10-minute break is over. We're gonna get started on the next portion of our presentation, which is capital and operating expense projects. These are sorted by departments. Before we get to those projects, I want to talk about some high-level concerns that we need to be aware of. One of those of which is chromium-6. So on April 17th, the State Water Resources Control Board adopted the new standard for the chromium-6, which reduced the MCL, which is the maximum contaminant level, to 10 MCLs. Previously, the state stood at 50, while currently the EPA, since the national level, is at 100. The district currently operates 5 active wells. The average chrome level at all wells is 21.8 MCLs. Well 10 has the lowest at 11 and well 16 has the highest at 38. Following the anticipated implementation of the new regulation, which we expect will be October 1st of this year, the district will have 3 years to meet this new MCL, and this sets a compliance deadline for October 1st, 2027. So what's next? The district must begin its research on best available technologies. These are identified by the State Water Resources Control Board as currently ion exchange, reduction, coagulation, filtration, which is shortened to RCF, and reverse osmosis, and sometimes you'll see that listed as RO. The district is required to submit a chromium compliance plan to SWRCB for approval by December 31st of this year. And this plan must outline the proposed method of complying with the new MCLs, the date by which the district plans to submit final plans of specifications for construction, the construction start and completion dates and the deadline for completing the treatment operations plan. Although the plan can be modified if necessary, all of the dates in the plan are legally binding. In the budget for fiscal year 24-25, we have allocated 200,000 in initial kickoff budget for Chromium. These funds will be used for initial studies, pilot projects, research, and the creation of the Chrome 6 plan that we have to submit later on this year. Staff expects to return to the board with more information as it becomes available for this project. And the actual cost for planning and notifications and installation of treatment is still TBD. And we are searching for grants and other funding opportunities. Again, this is an unfunded mandate, something that's been on the radar for many, many years. And finally, it is here in our laps and we have to take action on this. And I think Vice President Doolittle discussed earlier that the capital budget was 200,000 over what was in the rate study. This might be that 200,000. So we may have to look at other options, such as moving into a different rate study scenario for funding. There's a lot to look at, including those best available technologies. We have some tours coming up for staff to look at facilities that have RO. And we're also going to investigate the other best available technologies. So we have to do what the state says. We can't just go pick out our own technology. It has to be one that they have selected. So I'm happy to take any questions on this topic.
Vice President Doolittle.
Okay, so thank you. And it's almost a relief that we have a number. But I also recognize that General Manager Johnson is working behind the scenes to influence the powers that be, that the timeline on this is not necessarily doable, and we certainly support that. And I don't want us to get into a situation again where we kill ourselves and everybody works overtime trying to meet this deadline. And then we do it. And then we find out 60% of other water districts didn't meet the deadline. And so they're extending it, because I know that that's happened before when we've had some deadlines to get some things in. Not that I'm suggesting that the water district do anything unethical or illegal.
I've never seen them extend it. They just accept late submissions.
Okay, yeah.
Extension of the deadline. The deadline is the deadline.
Yeah, so maybe we should be on the late submissions path, this time, instead of, knocking ourselves out. So it says approved plans are legally binding, but although they can be amended, what does that mean?
The dates in the plans for compliance are binding. So for instance, if the plan was that the district was choosing reverse osmosis, but then decided to shift and go with RCF, that could be changed and modified. But the dates in which we intend to comply would not be modifiable. That's my understanding. And remember, this is a moving, living, breathing regulation. There's still a lot to be determined.
So the 200,000 is to be used to begin the initial studies, pilot projects, research, and the creation of the Chromium 6 plan. So the creation of the total plan, this plan that we're talking about right now. And that's $200,000 is supposed to cover that, all these things.
Yeah, we expect to come back to the board with an amendment this year as we learn more.
An amendment to the budget.
The budget.
So it likely will be more than this.
I expect that it will.
I would think so, yeah.
This is just a kickoff to get us started so that we can begin getting prepared for this compliance project.
And when you say staff is actively searching for grants and other funding options, what exactly is happening there?
We have had several meetings with different agencies. One of those, US Water Alliance, is one of them. We actually have a meeting with them again on June 10th. They're very aware of our issue and they're searching for state revolving fund monies for us and other opportunities. We have signed up for what's called the FAST. It's FASST. Anyway, FAST is the acronym, and that's a state website that you can go on and to apply for grants and get your name in the bucket, essentially. We are going to be searching for other opportunities as well. We have a couple of conferences coming up, legislative days, so we'll be talking with other districts that are encountering the same issue and seeing what funding is available. We've talked to legislators on this issue on multiple occasions. We'll continue those talks, and wherever we can find money to help with this, we're gonna search for it.
Okay, I was just reviewing over my phone, some of the notes that I had from different, sessions that I went to, and, yeah, I was just looking, there was one, a particular, funding resource, but I'm not able to find it. So anyway. Thank you. That sounds good, where you're looking. And so would we be doing an RFP for the plan, or is there somebody we have in mind, or?
The plan will probably be done in-house at this point.
Oh, great. Okay, great.
It depends on the complication, the way the state said, and they really said this, it will be easy. So. But if it's doable that we can do it in-house, we will. If we need to outsource it, then we can develop an RFP to make that help.
And regarding the grants, I know that we were trying to get someone to help with grants administration, but would you think then that your internal team would also be perhaps writing the grant request?
That's not the intent. The grants are terribly complicated. While the in-house team will help assist in being the grant writer, we don't have the expertise on staff to write the grant. The grants usually are looking for specific wording, specific ways that are written to the grant. So we are definitely going to need assistance with that, but the staff will be feeding that information because the grant writer can't write it without information.
And is the cost of that creation of that grant or hiring the consultant, is that in this budget?
That's the 200,000 for this, and we have one other.
We put 50,000 in the operating budget, but I don't remember if that was specifically.
It was for grant writing.
Grant writing.
Yes.
Oh,
there's
okay.
an additional 50 in operating budget for that.
Okay. Huh, okay. So 250K overall in this, for this budget year. For 24, 25.
This is specific to the projects listed there, in the 50s for grants, but the grants could also be not just for Chromium, could be for LCRR, could be for other projects as well.
For that 50K?
If there's a grant available for LCRR, we want to go after it.
Okay,
Chromium, we haven't seen those yet, but they could be coming.
okay. And then again, what we imagine, we're gonna amend this 250K because it's gonna be increased, yeah.
100%.
All right, okay, that's all for me, thank you.
I probably wanted to mention as well, and because you triggered my memory on this, I was just in Sacramento and was at the meeting that this MCL was adopted. And I did ask the state to consider an extended time frame for compliance. I asked them to consider working on the language, because once this is adopted, we're going to have to send out letters to our customer base that we are out of compliance. So working on that language together, because it's going to confuse people,
Right.
and look like we're not doing what we're supposed to be doing. That's not the case. And then the third thing, but probably the most heavily weighted, is asking for money in funds. So they were gracious, and I think I felt heard when I went up there and spoke to them. We'll see, what falls out from it.
And I suppose that you guys are gonna put something in the newsletter about recent developments, or like what the JBWD is doing, so that people, get out ahead of any of those potential issues.
Yes, we have a lot of internal discussion right now of how we can get our customer base involved.
Thank you.
Dr. Fick.
Well, BP covered most of it. You mentioned that there's a possible litigation movement against this.
There is, and I don't know a lot about it. I'm working on it. There is the attorney who overturned the MCL in 2017 is interested in taking on that litigation work again. And I am waiting for my contact to get back to me on a number, because it will be multiple water districts, not just us alone. And that's something that the board, last time I brought this to your attention, that there was consideration for potentially, getting in that opposition conversation. Of course, will cost money to do so. And I think it's prudent that we look at that option as well, along with complying at the same time.
Yeah, I'd be curious as to this 2017, how many water districts participated back then? And then what participation might be happening now?
Great question. And I'll make sure that once I get that conversation rolling, I'll ask.
That's it.
Director Ellsworth.
This all just pisses me off. I'm sorry. Oh, my God. I mean, it's like normal California procedure for big changes like that. They don't even care about what the ramifications, the ripple effect of this. They don't, we've talked about it before. One size does not fit all. When you say you're talking to someone about this, are you talking to the control board that is listed up there? Who are you talking to?
Multiple people. So I talked to the State Water Resources Control Board. Yes, I spoke at their meeting on behalf of our district. I've also spoken to a couple of our legislators, Shannon Grove's office, Willis's office, Lackey's office,
Okay.
anybody that will hear us speak that has some sort of area control for us. You don't want to speak to somebody that's outside the area that doesn't have anything to do with our area. That will listen. And then any of the legislators that are on any sort of water committees, they're also helpful as well. So anybody that will listen, we've been talking to, and it's actually been a good experience. I've enjoyed going up there and talking to them. And a couple of them, I did not feel heard. It just went right over their head, it seemed like. And then a couple of them gave us an extra amount of time because you only get about, 10, maybe 15 minutes. Willis's office gave us, I think 30 minutes, and we just unloaded. It was a lot of information.
Good.
But we have, the opportunity to go back up again next
Yeah,
week and, hopefully we can.
So they know who you are. That's the,
You get lost in the shuffle. I don't.
I know, but
that
I,
stood out
they
that
know who
way,
you are.
But I'm making myself known.
Yes.
It's,
Yeah, I think we have to deal with so much,
I can't really tell.
public relations, during this too. And I think when I first moved here in 2017, my neighbor was talking about, what about the Chromium 6? I mean, it was like, I didn't even know what they were talking about, actually. But it's like scare tactics out there to make you, think this is necessary. And I just wonder how they came up with that 10.
It is, the public health goal is 0.02 and 10 is the number that they keep settling on. The one thing that was the most concerning is while they settled on 10 during the meeting, they said in 5 years, they're going to reconsider lowering it.
Right.
So our treatment will have to be prepared to be able to lower it. We can't treat to 10 or 9.5 and then not be able to comply 2 years later. So there's a lot of consideration with this. I think their goal is to get it even lower.
Yeah, it just seems weird that we all have to go through this when we're not even an agricultural area. And that tends to, I think that's what they're really concerned about is contamination in areas that have a high agricultural activities and leftovers. Industrial, yeah. And
Ours is
I just wish they would
naturally
think about it more clearly or more definitively, separate us out. A couple of specific things. It says that the initial funds would be used for pilot projects. Is that our pilot project or accessing pilot projects that are going on?
It could be both. We have done a pilot study before. It didn't cost us anything but some staff time. So it could be something like that. It could be a partnership with another district that, we go into a pilot study together. This is all still so nebulous. I don't have the full answer for that, but it can mean multiple options for pilot studies.
It seemed like a while ago you talked about pilot projects that took place as to how to deal with this, right?
Yes, we participated in 2016 approximately. It was before the NCL went away with Coachella Valley Water District and their work on reducing chromium through stannous chloride. My understanding that has not been a proven best available technology. Coachella Valley was also at that same SWRCV meeting, and they put a lot of time and effort and money into this technology, and they want to use it. And the state seemed like they might consider an exception for them to use that. I don't know if we want to get on that, but I think we need to learn about every option that we can learn about.
Yeah, it seems like Coachella Valley would have a lot more concerns.
Well, they have it at all, as far as I know, all their wells and their costs estimated for treatment is $15 million per well.
Yeah.
So do the math on that, if that is the cost.
Yikes.
0.5.
Okay, I think that's all I want to talk about.
We have to short.
Oh, I definitely share Dr. Charlesburg anger about this. It's 10 times, was it 10 times below the federal mandate? Yeah, that's frustrating. I believe the program Vice President Doolittle was looking for was the Water and Wastewater Finance Authority.
Okay.
And the other one they talked about at the meeting was also FAST. So
Oh, I didn't realize you were there.
yeah, I was right behind you.
Oh, that's well.
Good.
Yeah, so we need to leave no stone unturned when we're trying to find the funding for this, because I know a lot of people are already hurting in the public with the current rates, and a further increase, I think that's gonna price a lot of people out. We'll probably get more bad debt. It would just get ugly. So I think we really need to focus on finding the grants and whatever we can do to make sure this doesn't hurt the people we serve here.
Mhm.
Let's see.
So MCL is maximum contaminant, or maximum contamination level. And it's in parts per billion.
Right.
And so we're on the hunt for 10. Well, actually, we're at 30, so we're looking at,
We're at 20, well, average across our wells 21.8.
okay, 21.8, we're looking for 21.8 Easter eggs in a pile of 1 billion.
Yeah.
I think I'm still trying to figure this stuff out because the numbers won't fit in my calculator I was trying to figure it out here, but it's hard to listen to stuff and do math. Math is hard for me anyway. But it looks like if one part per billion was a mile, and it's you can round up the distance between here and the sun at 100 million miles. 93, I think is what it is. And so it'd be like 500 trips to and from the sun. That's what 1 billion would be, but we're looking for 20, whatever you said.
21.8.
It's just an incredible thing. When we talk about this at the market, I tell people, I've been drinking this water for over 50 years. And I'm fine, and I dovetail that with this thing where we once said, well, where are the victims of this? Let's line them up here, and in particular in Joshua Tree, to see how many there are actually here that are victims of chromium-6 in Joshua Tree. And yet we have to go through all of this stuff, seemingly to fix a problem that technically exists somehow, but practically speaking, I mean, everybody they're out there smoking cigarettes and drinking
Yeah.
cheeseburger, beer and eating cheeseburgers and got the cigarettes part. I don't know, it's just very frustrating. Sometimes an angle of attack would be to find out who these people are that set these standards and find out who appoints them. And I assume it's the governor, and kind of politely take him aside and what can we do about these people that are driving everybody in the state insane with these ridiculous regulations and stuff. Yeah, I'm just ranting. Ray, continue.
We
got more?
And I've got.
I was curious, if they have a treatment plant for this and we have 5 wells, how interconnected are our pressure zones? Is that difficult to do to have it all go to one treatment plant?
That's definitely a consideration that we're talking about, having a centralized treatment facility, and that will take work, engineering. We're going to have to transmit the water from went straight to system out of the wells into a different system over to, treatment, and something that we're looking at. I don't know if you want to speak to that a little bit.
So ideally, it would be nice to have just one treatment plant, one facility to maintain. Operating cost on that alone is going to be expensive. to be able to treat this, to treat each individual well. We don't have the infrastructure or room, in a sense, to be able to do that. So we should, and it's on the table to look for a centralized area. It wouldn't be difficult, or it's very possible to be able to feed each one of those wells into a central place and then pump it back out to those individual zones. Again, we do 90% of our pumping from C zone itself. So we only have 2 different zones that we'd have to contend with in that aspect to be able to deliver water. So it's definitely feasible to have one central treatment plant.
But we're looking at all different ways to handle this, and these treatment options that are best available technologies, they all come with their own pros and cons list as well. One of them it strips the chromium out and it ends up being toxic waste, and now you have to deal with this toxic waste, and where does that get dumped? You know, that's an ethical discussion on top of, you know, a practical discussion. One of them has some water loss. That's also an issue for the desert. So there's a lot of pros and cons with all of these. And we, like Director Short said, we're gonna leave no stone unturned. We're gonna look for funding. I'm hoping we can do some opposition work, the board sees fit. And then we are going to look for, you know, the best way that we can treat this going forward.
Thank you.
So, yeah, I had a couple questions. So the 200K is not coming from reserves, this 200K?
No, it is not. Well, I mean, it will come from the general funds, but it will not come from any
Earmarks.
specific reserves.
Okay. Yeah, and then I know a couple things here. One is, I'm just wondering if we could use recycled wastewater to dilute aquifer water as a solution. I don't know if that's been considered. I realize there's all kinds of things about that. But the other thing is that I don't know if you remember, but a candidate who's running for office, what's his name? Buck Buckley. He had suggested getting osmosis filters for each of our ratepayers. That would only be 5,600. Well, I'll tell you what, not 2 months later through my feed, a water district has actually done that. And, you know, anyway, I'm just, you know, I don't know how much that would 5,600 reverse osmosis systems. And yes, I do understand that, the maintenance and all that sort of stuff, but somebody else has actually done that crazy idea. So I just wanted to toss up those ideas. Yeah.
All items will be on the table for discussion once we start moving down this road. Any other questions?
Oh, and yeah, I just have one more thing. So then also just looking at the rate study from 2023, it said that the projections indicate that the district will exceed the minimum fund reserve target in future years, which may provide the district with some flexibility for additional capital funding if needed, such as for the higher than expected Chromium-6 project costs. So I just wanted to share that. That's all. Thanks.
All right, very good. Let's go on to another unfunded mandate since we're on it. This is the lead and copper rule revision, LCRR. So the lead and copper rule is LCR, was established in 91 by EPA. It requires public water systems to reduce lead and copper levels in drinking water. The district has not failed an LCR sampling in its time here. The rules have changed multiple times for LCRR, which is the revision to the original rule. It's created a lot of confusion regarding how to comply. So what's next? The LCRR requires systems to inventory district and customer service lines by October 16th, 2024. So that's coming up pretty quickly. Currently, staff has completed 3,576 of the approximate 5,700 service line inventory. You can see I lined through there on that 2,700. That was the most recent number I had at the last meeting. So you can see we're doing a lot of work on this and increasing our inventory. The EPA will issue new rules after October 16th, after all these districts turn in their inventories. And they will then determine what needs to be done with the inventory. So this is just the beginning part of it. We have to inventory the system, and then we will have to anticipate replacing all the lead and galvanized service lines. We'll prepare for this replacement funding wise next fiscal year. Again, unfunded mandate, but I'm seeing a little bit out there in regards to possible grant activity or EPA releasing funds, so we're going to be researching that as well. We're making progress on this. We anticipate meeting our deadline of October 16th. And it's another TBD. We're going to be waiting to see what is going to happen. The most interesting part of this that all of us have argued is we are responsible for our service up to the meter. And this rule revision is saying, no, you're not. You need to look at the customer side too. It's the first time I think that's ever been pushed with any regulation. And so now we're having to dig on customer side and determine what type of pipe material is used to their home. Anyway, that's where we're at. Anything you'd like to add on the CRR?
Yeah, so we determined when we investigate the customer side, if it looks like an older home and it looks like multiple different pipes, we'll go back further. But we don't want to test those lands without communicating with the customers. Because we should probably organize that, but that's kind of what the state is pushing us to do. They want us to get on your property and pothole your service and cross that line. The issue at hand is that's fine, we're there potholing that as much as we want, but the samples are being taken in the house, and we've never failed a sample of that sample. The samples are being taken in the house, so whether our service line gets replaced and the customer service line, there's nothing saying that the inside of the house is being replaced. So it's kind of a weird mandate by the fall.
Just to add on that, we've completed, I think, over 3,300 of these inventories, 3576. And we have found zero lead in the system at all, and it's all strictly galvanized pipe.
Good point.
I think I asked you, if you can refresh my memory, what do we anticipate if we have to make these replacements? What percentage of the districts are we guesstimating? It's a guesstimate.
Guesstimating,
I think it was 300, but it's only because we're having to replace steel and galvanized. They're regulated as that as lead also, which is false. But if it has a steel or galvanized service to our meter, that has to fall into the replacement program that will be initiated after October. But I think it was 300 we decided.
300 total services out of our
5,700.
5,700 now service connections. So it's not a large amount that need to be replaced, but when it comes to replacing a service line, you have to contend with all the different measures of, is it a short side, long side? So does it go across the road? Is it in asphalt? What do you have to contend with around the utilities? Each service is unique on how much time and effort you have to put into it to replace, so which will drive that cost up or down.
You see, we've made a lot of headway on this, but keep in mind, these services that we've done so far are in the more densely populated areas. As we start getting further out, it's going to take longer. And then as we get into Coil Springs, it's rock and it's going to take, more effort. So it's going to slow down these numbers. I'm happy to take any questions. If there.
Well, I appreciate the district doing this. And have you had any phone calls from ratepayers about the how their meters were left after these checks?
I believe so.
Not to our knowledge.
And we're keeping records of every place that we've gone to, so we know.
Okay.
So, oh, go
I
ahead.
say, not only are we keeping records, that's what the inventory is, we're photographing each of these.
Okay, great. Before and after we look at it, after we clean it up? you mean?
It's, well, no, it's photographs for the state to show what type of material was in there. But I could add.
Oh, well, I just, because I have a ratepayer that's, he came back from a vacation and his meter was torn up on both sides. And then he contacted the district and the district said, no, we haven't been out there in a while. And then he and I was talking about this lead and copper rule. He says, well, that must have been it, but it wasn't put back together like it should have been.
See the address we
Yeah,
need, or
I
we have
understand.
not been to that address.
Yeah, I know, but it was just such a weird thing. So anyway, how often does somebody dig up kind of around both sides of the meter? So I just, how many man hours? I asked this in the committee meeting, how much does this survey cost us and how many man hours so far overall? I'm not asking you to tell me, but I think it's important that we calculate these numbers and have them in order to push back on these unfunded mandates. You have to be able to actually say, how much it's costing you guys in real dollars.
We are collecting that data. So when a staff member is working on that project, they are coding that in our time card.
Okay, all right. And it was nice to hear that we've never failed a sample for lead and copper. That's in the whole history of our district, huh?
And the lead and copper rule is interesting. So every 3 years, we have 30 homes, I think it's 30, that are selected based on age, and we have to contact the customer and ask them to take a sample in the early morning hours after they have not used their plumbing system at all. And then they provide a sample and we send it off. And that happens, like I said, every 3 years. It's a challenging program because people wake up in the morning and they forget and they flush the toilets and realize that they can't take the sample. And sometimes it'll take weeks or they'll be on vacation and they forgot that they've committed to this. So it's not as easy as it sounds, but we still have managed to do it every 3 years and never failed a sample.
And have we incurred any overtime for this project?
No.
No overtime.
So we've been able to absorb it into our regular work.
I wouldn't go that far.
What would you go?
We're having to pull off other activities for this, but we dedicated this last end of the year for this. So we're pushing this as hard as we can to get it completed before October.
Before the CIRP project Belmont starts.
All from me, thank you.
So 300 service, is that galvanized pipe going to those or what?
Yes,
So that pipe has to be replaced.
yeah, so all that pipe has to be replaced with copper.
But we will.
That's on ours,
Yeah, we will.
district side or the house side?
Only the district side. We still, currently, all we have to do is inventory and check what type of material the customer side is, but there's nothing in the literature right now that we have to go any farther than that.
That's still TBD. We don't know what will happen with that rule fully. So we'll find out after this inventory is submitted and after all the districts submit their inventory, then we'll sit down with that inventory and figure out next steps.
So they're upset with copper supply?
No, not copper, galvanized steel.
Old lead copper had solder that had lead in it.
Okay.
That's the only bad copper, but we don't have that.
This typically is an East Coast issue. It's not a West Coast issue. So there's a lot of issue on the other side of the Mississippi. So one thing I think it's important to point out, if we are replacing the service line and it is not, and we know it's a future CIRP project, we're replacing it with poly. Because once we get to that as a CIRP project, if we have already replaced it with copper, it's more expensive and it has to be pulled anyway and reinstalled. So, you know, just another way that we're keeping costs down. All right.
Anything
Shall we move
further?
on?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just had a couple of questions. You say, kind of generic terms like older. I mean, what age are we talking about, these older homes? I'm thinking about a lot of older shacks that are out there that the Airbnbs have been buying up and renovating. And I'm sure they're not doing anything about the,
Yeah, the current guidance is anything 86 or older.
pardon?
The current guidance is
1986?
86 or older.
Okay, I'm 1978.
Okay.
Okay, and I think a lot of houses were built the year that my house was built. Right in town or right in the village.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I think this is, obviously, this is a better rule than the other one we were talking about. At least, you know, it kind of makes sense. We've heard about what happened in Flint and some of the other areas in the eastern part of the United States. And so, are we also thinking about houses, the ones that are not being inhabited right now? I mean, are we looking into that?
We're
We have to
looking
do it
at every single home, every single.
Yeah, well, how do you find those?
Service contracts, right? Yeah.
Even future services that don't have a home or it's a vacant property, we have to inventory this.
Okay, so,
That is a new hard task.
and I did want to point out the report we got at the committee meeting last week showed the progress of your lead and copper review went from January 59 to April to 835. So it kind of tells us that, you know, they're definitely getting on it here and appreciate it.
Quick to short it in.
No comment.
All right. All right, we're gonna move into admin projects. The first one we're gonna talk about is the capital improvement plan. This is an expense project, will involve multiple departments within the district, and a capital improvement plan, or a CIP for short, lays out the cost, location, and timing for capital improvement projects over several years. The last CIP was completed in 2016. CIPs are a critically important tool, one of the major responsibilities of a local government entity, because it helps the community anticipate needs rather than just reacting to problems. It enables agencies to take a proactive control and strategies of planning to maintain infrastructure. When prepared collectively, the CIP helps increase buy-in among officials and employees and helps ratepayers understand their importance. The capital plan positions the district to quickly take advantage of federal or state grants program opportunities, and creates a roadmap of project priorities, project timelines, along with estimated overall project costing, which helps with future budgeting process. We have reached out to multiple engineers that provide capital improvement planning, and we are estimating the cost of doing this is about $250,000, and this project will probably take close to 18 months to finish. We'll inventory our entire district and look at all of our areas and help prioritize our pipeline replacements, our reservoir rehab, any general maintenance, put it in order so that we can plan. And when we're sitting at this budget meeting, we can pull that plan out and say, okay, we know that this will land in the fiscal year budget because it's in the CIP plan. It's also nebulous. We can move it around if we know we have a problem area and we need to reprioritize and move a project forward because of whatever reason, we can do that as well. But the most important part, well, there's many important parts, but is the costing. We can plan with the tool that's within the CIP to see how much a project will cost. So that helps us with future forecasting for our budgets. One of the things that we have talked about is that doing our budget for capital annually sometimes is short-sighted. We're not looking at the future long enough. So this will help us look at that future forecasting better. I'm happy to answer any questions.
David, someone's knocking on the door out there.
That's what I thought. I actually heard that.
Very good. Yeah. So the only thing I have was what I said at the committee meeting, which is that I'd like for this to be a roadmap for 10 years or even longer, as much as we're spending on it. And if it's going to be finished in 18 months, that would likely be December 2025, I would think, huh?
Depends on when we get it started. So this budget will not start until July 1st. And we need to prioritize this project amongst Chromium 6 and many others. So I can't guarantee when it will be finished, but it will begin within the next fiscal year.
Right. So we should have this then for budget planning, in 2026.
Ideally, that would be excellent.
That's what I would like. Thank you. That's all from me.
Dr. Fick.
No question. Fine. Dr. Giles, we're
No questions, thank you.
Sure. This, you mentioned maybe an hour ago about how in the Belmont area, it's really needs to be prioritized. We need to get on it, kind of a thing. And how do you measure that? My typical understanding is that you're counting the leaks in a certain area. Is there other factors to that?
So there's multiple factors. So it's fire protection needs, the age of the pipe, and we call it hotspots. That's how many leaks we get in the area. How many times we have a delinquent service or have an issue with service. So what we have a problem with over there is isolation valves. Where normally we have to have an isolation valve every 1,000 feet. We don't have it over there. So when we're having to throttle down, we're having to throttle down a longer, bigger area. So people still have their water pressure, but it's not what it should be. So all those aspects, and that's anything else you want to add in there. But for the most part, it's those aspects: fire protection, age, and then hotspot, which is leaks.
Kathleen Radnich.
Point of clarification, please. We started this program at the CIP. Then it was corrected to CIRP. Now, are we back to CIP or do we have a division between?
So you're talking about two different things.
Yeah.
So
That's what I mean.
our internal department is CIRP. capital improvement replacement program.
Okay,
This is a plan. This is a document essentially that we use to roadmap CIRP.
okay, so it is two different things.
Yes,
Confusion.
good question.
Yes.
Another question, what's an isolation valve? What does it do?
It's a valve that can throttle or shut down the water going one way or another. Or divert it another direction to feed a different area. That's an isolation valve. So pretty much like a gate valve in your irrigation, similar to that, but at a bigger scale.
And you like to have them every 1,000 feet?
We have to have them every time.
Required.
So there's some sort of,
Those little lids you see in the street, there should be even closer, they should be closer to 1,000, we do 1,000 feet. So unless we go into wash areas or heavy populated areas, then we'll get them closer. But in that area, we're doing 1,000 feet up there.
so it's about a 10-inch diameter metal thing that you take off and go down to?
I can get you.
It's 8 inches. What it is, you have the bottom of the valve, the bonnet itself. With it's called a operating nut.
Okay.
And then a piece of pipe, 8-inch pipe will go on top of that. With a metal riser, and that's what you can adjust for grade of road or asphalt. And a lid that goes on top of that. And that gives us clear access at any given time to be able to reach that valve, to be able to operate it.
Well, that explains some mysterious things I see out there.
Yeah.
Right. Next one, strategic plan. This is an expense project, and the strategic plan is a document that communicates the organizational goals and the actions needed to achieve those goals. Typically, a strategic plan outlines a 5 to 10-year timeframe. It's treated as a living document that should be reviewed at least annually. The district's current strategic plan was last conducted in 2018. It's due to be updated. While this document is due for an update, we still use it regularly for planning and prioritization. Costs can vary depending on the facilitator. It's a workshop session on a couple of different sessions to get through creating this document. Costs can depend depending on which facilitator is chosen. We have a couple of feelers out there for a facilitator right now. We have budgeted 25,000 this fiscal year and 25 for next fiscal year to complete this project. We're hoping to bring it in way under budget. I should have more information at the next meeting in regards to that. I'm happy to answer any questions. I think everyone's been waiting for this one, so not too much of a surprise.
Vice President Doolittle. I have, so I just want to say one thing. I've learned in my life that the importance of setting goals. And like if you put a deadline by something, you're a lot more likely to get there by that time, as opposed to having wide open kind of deadlines. And this document, there aren't a lot of deadlines. You know, I know some of them are mandated deadlines, but, and I've felt a reluctance from JBWD to set some internal deadlines for some projects. And this is one that I believe needs a deadline of, a goal date. Now, no one's going to crawl all over you if we miss the date, but I think it's much better to have a date because your intention creates your reality in some ways, and things just kind of line up and you hit the date. So, what I would like to see a date for both the capital improvement plan and the strategic plan.
Well, that is, this here is to get approval that we can get the budget to do them. So it'd be presumptuous for me to give you a date of when it'll be completed if I don't even know we can do it because we don't have the budget for it. So right now we're just here to get budget for it. And then once that happens, then we'll put all of these will go on that project list. And the project list has that new date column at the very end to show when these projects will get started or end, if you remember. So this is a brand new slideshow that's never been done before. And I think you'll be pleasantly surprised because you'll see how it will feed into that project list that we have on the first of the month of every agenda. So then you'll see those dates. And within the strategic plan itself, there's an internal document that we use. I've shared it with you before. And each of the projects that are outlined in there have a date of when it should start and when it should be completed by, with some costing, but the costing was that wasn't my favorite feature of it. I think really that belongs in CIP, not strategic plan as much. But it has a start date, has an end date, and I'm pleasantly surprised because many of those projects, I use that document all the time. That's how we outline a lot of the projects you see here in today's slideshow. And many of the projects that are in our last strategic plan have been completed or are in progress.
Proves my point that it does help to have a date. And as some of you know, I worked for quite a few years at Dell Computer, a very successful Fortune 50 company, and Boeing. And I've been through project presentations before, and they almost always had a date. And you had a roadmap for your projects with dates. So, because it would be difficult for those who are approving the funds to approve funds without any kind of date. So I beg to differ with you there. And I think you've heard my desire here. Thank you.
Director Fick?
Okay, how does this strategic plan interface with the capital improvement plan?
So one of the objectives within the strategic plan should be to complete a capital improvement plan, and then it would have the dates of when that would start and end. So the strategic plan is very high level. It includes about 5 board goals. And then from those goals, staff develops objectives of how to achieve those goals and then tasks below those objectives. And they all have dates. We use them regularly. So it's not something that is new or something we haven't used. There are dates within the document.
So this one is an overview, has an overview over the CIP.
They work to get, so this one is high level. It's kind of like it develops vision, mission, values, which the good news is we've just developed those. So we don't have to redo those. We might have to do some wordsmithing on one of them. From that, you build 5 goals. What are those goals? Current goals are meeting regulatory activities, meeting district maintenance objectives. They're broader than that, but you kind of get the point. And then underneath those, so district maintenance objectives, then you would have complete the D11 rehab, complete the E21 rehab, and you put those in order. And one of those could be complete a CIP so that we have a roadmap to complete the rehabs for all of our infrastructure. So it would just be an objective within a goal is what the CIP would be. We already have one done, so hopefully that will charge, the facilitator will charge us less because we already know that needs to be in there.
Thank you. Director Charles Berg?
Yeah, I think it's a dynamic, I don't even know, document. It's not really a document. I mean,
There's a
because
public,
that implies a piece of paper they have to keep scratching out, It's
there's
a digital.
pretty public facing document that describes
Yeah.
the 5 goals and within
Yeah.
the time frame. Could be more within the time frame that the strategic plan is good for. And then there's a working document that's an Excel spreadsheet that each goal has a tab, and within that tab are the objectives. And then each objective has its tasks, and all of those are date driven.
And you say in your little description here that you review it at least annually. I would guess maybe more often than annually, really.
I look at it weekly. It's
Yeah,
a
that's what I was-
regular working document.
Yeah, so you can adjust it as you go along the way too. And I think in the committee meeting, you mentioned that these $25,000 numbers could be less, depending on how it goes.
I'm working on getting a facilitator that has experience in facilitating strategic planning groups, and I'm hoping that we can do it for less.
And that would be a consultant?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah, external consultant.
yes, okay. Okay, I think we need to understand better what the strategic plan is, and I think you're helping us.
Good.
Yeah.
And if you'd like to see the current one, I will make sure and get a copy of that to you. I think I've sent it to you before, but it gets lost with the hundreds of documents that go back and
How
forth.
thick is it?
The external document is not that big. It's very well done, looks very pretty, and it's about 10 pages.
Okay,
The internal document, that's a big one that I'd be happy to show you.
okay, but maybe we have it already in our
I know, but it was probably a long time ago.
archives.
Yeah, I'll be
Okay,
happy to get you a copy.
okay.
Director Short?
Yeah, I just want to say that I agree with Vice President Doolittle on getting a date on this. A lot's changed since 2018, so give us a chance to have our input attached to it.
Agreed.
Director of Finance and Roman.
Yes, sir.
It seems like this thing about goals and I wish I could think of a better term, deadline. But that's, you have to be accounting for all of this too over time. In other words, if we say we're gonna do something by 2027 or 2028 or whatever, are you gonna set a process of some kind for accumulating the money over the preceding years so that we have the funds to do some large thing like replace fire hydrants or something, so we have fire flow?
Right.
Yeah, on some of these reserve things, we do have a kind of an established amount for a given thing, and then there'll be in the report, there'll be what we actually have. So over time, if the board assigns a goal that should be achieved by a certain date, are you going to be ramping funding over time so that when we start approaching a start time, we have the dough?
Well, it's important for us to have that kind of information available, especially when we're preparing the rate studies. So this is the type of analysis that we did when we started the rate study. What are our needs? We looked at the existing capital improvement plan. We incorporated that data. Of course, it was not as new as we would have liked it to be. We looked at what we thought that reserve funding, those specific reserves, for example, the equipment and technology reserve might need to be in the future, because we essentially doubled our annual depreciation for our vehicles and large equipment when we brought on the CIRP crew. And so we did all of this analysis at the beginning of the rate study. So that's when we really look at that. We can't just manufacture funds, they come from the rates. And so if we decide tomorrow that we have a large new initiative that's not funded in the rate study, we can divert funds from elsewhere with the board's permission, of course, but we can't just create funds from nothing. So but that is, I wanted to mention also in regard to the strategic plan and the capital improvement plan. The capital improvement plan is a component per se within the strategic plan. The strategic plan also contains additional activities that are done by other departments besides just the infrastructure needs. So HR and finance and administration have pieces in the strategic plan goals in there that we need to meet as well. So I don't know if I answered your initial question there about setting aside the funding. Yes, we would plan as best we can, but we would have to come up with that funding from the existing sources that we have, or we would have to go out and do another rate study.
Yeah, from an existing source.
Right. So for example, we have some leftover funds that we anticipate having in the meter replacement reserve. So the board could decide to divert that funding, to reprioritize that reserve funding, anything that's unrestricted. So of course, we have to keep our restricted funding as it is, but anything that's unrestricted, that is what we call designated by the board. So the emergency fund, the meter replacement fund, the equipment and technology, those can be reprioritized to serve a different purpose if that's what the board chooses to do.
Meter replacement is nearing completion,
Correct.
We have a slide coming up on that.
so that money could painlessly be assigned someplace else.
It could be, yes.
From you.
Thank you.
Right.
Codification. David, you want to take this?
Sure. Well, I looked up the official Oxford definition, which is the action or process of arranging laws or rules according to a system or plan. So our description that we have on the slide here is pretty accurate, and that's what we intend to do with our codification project. So what this does is simplifies our resolutions, ordinances, and policies into a living document that's virtual, I guess, if that makes any sense. That will be housed on our website by way of a co-branded sub-site. And the organization that we're going to be working with is called Unicode, also known as Civic Plus. We were able to do a demonstration with this company, send them some of our information so they can put together a mock version of what ours would look like. And Lisa and I have actually been researching some additional versions because what we discovered is that we want to be in more control of this type of living document that's on our site. So instead of investing in the Cadillac version of the one that's almost $30,000, we found one much more affordable, and it's just under $5,000, where we can manage the information that's put on there. So all of our resolutions, anything like when the gentleman read the one a couple weeks ago, that one would get, we would upload it onto there and it would be searchable.
And codified.
And cut. And official.
Happy to take any questions.
I just had another question. We spoke about this at the committee meeting, and you guys are to be commended for finding an inexpensive solution and one that will be web-based and kind of go with our web branding. Does this data port out to other software? Because I just want to ask that in case this company goes out of business in the future, then you're stuck with all your stuff in it. And so, just thinking about how you extract that data so it could be used somewhere else.
It's a good question. It's one that we always look at whenever we're investing in any software, is how to get it out. We can get it all out. Everything that we put in there is going to be a PDF. We're already going to have it.
Yeah.
So everything we can get out of there, we can download as a PDF.
Okay, yeah, so then actually, if that's the case, then what would happen is you could just use AI and AI would organize all the categories for you in the future. So,
In the future?
Yeah, in the future.
I can't wait.
yeah. All from me.
You made you mentioned that you made a listing of regulations a while back,
Refresh my memory a little more.
about a month ago. You were mentioning that you made a listing that nobody else in the Bronco Basin had done.
Thank you. It's a regulatory list.
Yeah.
As a regulatory and compliance list that we, and in fact, that's another slide, so I will talk about it. But when I first got into this role, one of the first questions I had is, what are our regulatory obligations? And everybody that had a department that had been here, they knew what theirs were, but we didn't have a global list. And so I started asking other agencies, where's your list? So we could borrow from it and not have to reinvent the wheel. And I was not successful in finding one. So we've built our own. And we were working on it actually this morning with Danny, because she's going to be the person that's going to take care of that list and update it. We have over 72, I think was our number this morning, regulatory and compliance items that we have on that list that are due on different intervals, some bi-weekly, some monthly, some annually, some every 5 years. It's, depends on what the agency requires. And that's not part of this codification. But it is coming up on a different slide. But yes, we do have an internal regulatory list that we use to make sure that we don't miss any of our regulatory deadlines.
Okay, so it doesn't have too much interaction with this.
Not necessarily. I mean, if we have a policy that points to a regulation, it could point to each other, but it isn't going to help with that. Not necessarily.
Okay, thank you.
Director Giles.
I don't know, I get a little creepy when I hear, or feel creepy when I hear the AI thing coming up, so we'll see. Whether it's good or not.
Director Short.
Oh, well, sounds great. I'm glad we got a cheaper alternative, so it's good to hear.
Nothing further from me.
And I just wanted to add, if something needs to be changed, it's similar to our website now, where the three of us can go on and we have control. If there's a typo or a picture didn't get uploaded correctly, we're the ones that can go on there and do it right then and there. So similar to this, instead of sending this company the information and waiting for them to do what they do, we're gonna be the ones that are gonna be able to go on and change that. The last thing I wanted to mention, and didn't make it on the slide, is that I also need a skip loader for this project.
All right, so this is a multi slide. It's busy. So I'm gonna ask that you give me the patience. I'm gonna walk you through the slide and then we're going to watch a video after this.
Oh, it's new.
It has been newly revamped based on some of the feedback we received.
Okay.
Lisa, could you minimize the little boardroom video? Stop, thank you. Okay. So this, I think has been miscommunicated, so I apologize for that. I'm going to try to re-communicate what this project actually is. Take a walk back in history. Do you remember what this building looked like? And you won't remember because you weren't here yet, but what this building looked like inside, and you won't remember, maybe you were here at some point, but remember what it looked like pre-2020. Anybody remember? It was drab and brown and full of boxes and a mess and holes in walls, and it was terrible. Carpet was here for 30 years. The bathroom stalls were pink and brown, but not in a good way. It was bad. It definitely did not reflect the level of professionalism and professionals you have working in this building. And right after I was put in this role, that was one of the first projects that we were able to take on, was to refresh this building and make it look as nice as it looks now in a more professional environment, and reutilize the space so that we can have desks for people. Before, people were sitting in open spaces. We had Ann and Autumn shared a file cabinet that didn't even have a handle on it, and they had to stick their hand through the hole, and there was metal and it was sharp to open it. And so we refreshed the building. We got a good coat of paint. We did some new flooring, refreshed the dais, amongst many other things, for the glass in the lobby, the new doors in the front. If you remember, those doors used to blow open, and we had a tied with a bicycle lock. So it was pretty rough. And we've been able to take it to what it is now. Still not perfect. It's still an old building. So this project is the same thing as what we did in here, but outside. So this is just a refresh, a maintenance. It is not a remodeling project. So we have some fiscally responsible maintenance that needs to be done, such as paint. We need to coat of paint, repair some cracks, repair the stucco in some places, and repair some of the wood surfaces. The doors used to have windbreaks. Those need to be reinstalled. Those were falling apart. One had a big sheet of glass that was about ready to fall on a person and had to get it removed. Those windbreaks need to be reinstalled. The roof was inspected, and we found that we have at least another 10 years of life on it, but we do need to do a ridge cap at the top, and the rain gutters need to be repaired because they're leaking into the wood slatting, creating some mold, which is a health and safety issue. So those need to get updated, but the good news is we can do that in-house, saving money. The signage is that tiny little sign just outside the door. It's drab and looks like, the paint is chipping off. We need to finish the fence slats that are just out here on the west side of our building, around the storage shed, and paint the eaves of the storage shed. And then if we get the funding from MWA, where we applied for the stormwater grant, then we can put in a gabion wall. I'm going to talk about that in a minute. I'm going to come back to why we need this. So on average, a commercial building's lifespan ranges from 50 to 60 years. This building was constructed approximately 40 years ago, and we just found the old paperwork on the building, and it's written, I just thought this was fascinating. It's written on ledger paper and pencil, handwritten, and had an expected lifespan of 40 years. Well, that's just 18 months away, and we're near end of life of this building. So this maintenance that we're suggesting to do is just to maintain the building to maybe exceed its original intended lifespan, but But performing more than this proposed maintenance doesn't extend the building's lifespan, and nor does it add that much needed square footage. So if we do more than what we propose here, which is an option, but if we do more, it's kind of like getting plastic surgery. You might look better, but you're not going to live longer. So that we are just proposing to do the maintenance that the building needs. We estimate the costs for this fiscal year about 25,000 and 50,000 for next fiscal year. We applied for a grant of $19,000 from MWA. We don't know if we're going to get it yet, but that will feature a storm water exhibit that is a gabion wall, that is a cage with rocks in it, essentially to go along the front of the building to help mitigate water from getting in and from water damaging our garden. And I'm going to show you next why that's important.
Yeah.
Lisa, if you could.
Yeah.
This is in 2018.
Oh,
Remember that storm?
yes.
So
I didn't see it then.
water that actually, this video doesn't show it, but the water actually made it into the lobby. See our old wind
Yeah.
breaks up there? Made it into the lobby, comes down the street and took out the corner of the
Right.
garden.
My
A lot
God.
of the
We
garden.
had a wall of mud.
Yeah.
So I thought this would, Jeremiah was looking at this the other day. I'm like, oh, this would be perfect for everybody to see.
Yeah, really.
What's going on here. So our public comment that we received earlier today was regarding the potential remodel. And I think there's a misconception that this is a remodel. This is we're proposing maintenance on this building. And what we believe is that what we need to maintain it. It's nearing its end of life, but undergoing a major renovation on this building is not practical. And we suggest planning and reevaluating criteria for a future building replacement reserve. Because we will outgrow this. Eventually, we will have to take on wastewater. We need places to put people. And right now we struggle with that. It's one of the reasons we have not filled our purchasing position because we have nowhere to put the person once they're hired. So I can't in good conscience, recommend, of course, the board, you have the discretion to discuss this and make proposals amongst yourselves and help guide staff, but I couldn't in good conscience increase this from what I proposed at the WRO meeting because we have the chromium ahead of us, which we know is going to be expensive. We have 280 miles of pipeline that still needs to be repaired. We have reservoir rehabs, and I don't think our ratepayers are interested in us having a perfect building. We have a good enough building that I think we can probably get 10 to 15 more years out of if we maintain it. And that's what this project is all about. Anybody else have?
So, yeah, I just wanted to mention with the exterior paint, that's what it's called, but what they're gonna do is repair or fill in the cracks and the holes that are in the stucco on the sides of the building. Cause bees can get in there
Yeah.
and make hives inside the wall, and then we have additional issues. We've had mice getting into the building. So it's little things like that where we wanna just, like Sarah mentioned, just have a refresh and not a remodel.
Mhm.
Just, getting what we can out of this building that we work at. And I think you mentioned the roof was good for 10 years. That's the shingles. So we're planning to get work done on the gutters themselves because they're leaking every time it rains. And I think what you might have thought was a knock at the door was something up in the rain gutter blowing in the wind, knocking on the building. So things like that.
So you can see the little diagram at the top and you are here. So we are in stage 4 adulthood heading into old age in this building. But I think we can preserve it for a few more years by just doing some general maintenance on the building. I'm happy to take any questions.
Vice President Doolittle.
I had shared this with a number of ratepayers in the district, and they responded based upon what I shared with them. This does appear a little bit different, but I did share with them an image which is not on here now, I noticed in the presentation.
The image was a Canva image we put together in about 5 minutes just to give you an idea of what it could look like after paint. That was all it was. It was not a diagram that was done by a designer. It was just a quick, you can go online, use AI and take the picture and it puts colors on it, and that's what we put up.
So one of the questions was from Melissa Sabol, who is she works for a consulting agency that does exterior color and material design firm that holistically renovates and designs properties, projects, and communities. You all have a copy of this letter. And they consider the surroundings, the architectural design, landscaping, interior design, branding, marketing, to increase inviting spaces for the demographic and community. And so she reviewed it. And one of her first questions, who created this design and what is their expertise? So my question would be, who is going to create the design?
The design for paint.
The work on the front of the building. So there was rocks attached to the front of the building. So that wasn't real?
That wasn't real. That was just AI. We took a picture of the building. We said, what did you put in there?
Stacked.
So the plan is just to paint the building now.
The building, that was just this is what it could look like, but it wasn't, here's the design. It was not a design. If you use Canva, it's a really great marketing platform. We use it for our newsletters, and we took a picture, and you can use AI to beautify a space and put some colors in there. So it was really just this is what it could look like, but it wasn't a design. It wasn't what we were proposing.
Right. Okay. So I would just worry a little bit like I always do about scope creep. And on approaching this, I know that there's a discussion of doing the landscaping. Who would be doing that design?
So that is, if we get the grant for MWA, then that's where I'm working with Kathleen on this. And Kathleen, did you want to speak to the agency that's.
Okay, so what are the time?
What does that mean?
I'm saying, this.
We shouldn't be talking about it? Is that what that means?
No, I'm just saying there's a lot to hear. Let me see.
Oh, okay. Got it. Okay.
I met with out here, right after Christmas, the National Resource Conservation District or National Resource
Board.
Association.
Yeah. Mhm.
And then the Mojave Desert Resource Conservation District met here and looked at everything, including our flooding issue. And their best recommendation, so that we didn't have to get entrapped in engineering, why did we do this, and people suing us because the water's flooding their property and they want to blame us, sort of thing, was simply because of that picture of the flooding, we would simply create a pleasant area to protect our building, not to redivert water per se, that's going down the street and something at everyone else's house. This would save us a ton of money. And they recommended for environmental reasons that we use Gabion walls, or however you say it, Gabion walls at a low level, so it dignify as a planter. And we could even make it double as a seating area, but it would be up near the building and then divert to block somewhat the entrance of the garden, because we spent thousands of dollars repairing the garden 2 or 3 times already in flooding. And that way we could then later connect either with the county engineers who approved this building to be built in a flood zone, or elsewhere to think about the front parkway area to block water, but that would require permits and going through, we have to go through Fish and Wildlife, because it could impact everything. I mean, talk about red tape. So the simplest thing was just to create a little Gabion planter in front of the property to protect the building from flooding. That's all this was designed by. Gabion walls are not cheap. And so we were looking at, I applied for a grant, the staff applied for a grant to go to MWA, and we will know next month if we get anything or all of it. But the idea was to design it into a stormwater exhibit, so it's educational, because we cannot possibly be the only ones in the Rongo Basin, in Joshua Tree, that are dealing with flooding. So we thought we would turn into an educational.
Okay, so my original question was, who's gonna design the landscaping in that Gambian wall?
We have not, we are waiting until we get the grant. If we get the grant, then at that point we can approach that subject. We're not even certain that we're going to get it. So to go forward with that, because we don't think that the 50,000 will be enough to cover the suggested maintenance here and the Cambian wall unless we get the grant. If we get the grant, then at that point we will have to contact a provider that can help us with.
A professional.
Of course.
Okay, so a few things. One is that, and I asked this at the committee meeting, if we don't get the grant, we're not gonna do the Gambian wall.
Well, it doesn't mean we're not. We come back to the board
Yeah.
if that's something that the board wants us
Okay.
to proceed, but I don't think the
Okay.
$50,000 budget will be enough to cover all of that, including the maintenance.
Okay, and so it was this Mojave Conservation District that suggested the
Correct.
Gambian wall as a solution for our floodwater. Yeah, two of them.
National Resource Conservation.
Uh-huh.
Associ-
NRDC, something like that.
And then the Mojave Desert Resource Conservation Association.
Okay, okay.
They both came out together and that was their advice.
Okay, so there's a couple of things. One is that there's a group called the California Stormwater Quality Association. And they advance sustainable stormwater management, protective of California water resources. And the letters that were received by JBWD were from ratepayers who are concerned and believe that JBWD should demonstrate responsible and sustainable methods for dealing with stormwater, and that method is not to take water that's on the parking lot and shuttle it back down the road. We saw how flooded that road is. Now, just to say, I talked to a number of people. I worked many hours on this, and my neighbor across the street just absolutely beat me up on Saturday night. Well, so the parking lot floods a couple times a year. No big deal. So there were people that were like, you don't need to do anything and spend our money on any of this. I just want to share that with you. You just didn't happen to hear from them. The signage, I'm concerned about who would be doing the design of the signage. I believe that needs to be done by a professional graphic designer, and the placement of it. The address, there was a mention of doing an address out here by the street. So I recognize that you're saying that this is just, painting the building, and I appreciate for many reasons why we need to, why we'd want to do that, because there are issues with it. I believe that we need to take a bigger look at this. We don't have to, we can fix some things. It's better looking than it was, but I don't want us to rush into that stormwater exhibit grant, suggesting to anybody that this is kind of a solution, because as far as I know, Gambian walls, they're permeable. Those are rocks, so water can go through them. Now, that doesn't, I doubt, I'm sure you guys would do a good job building it and it wouldn't be moved or anything, but it is still a permeable wall. And so without having expertise of people who actually install these sorts of things, and we have really good local expertise here in our district that we could call upon, I don't recommend that we do this without that. And I also believe that we need to use a civil engineer for deciding how the surface of this, the slope, et cetera, how that's all going to be done. So we need that with a semi-permeable parking lot, not the same thing that we have. Because if we're going to do plantings, the water is then absorbed into the ground for the plants, et cetera. So I'm concerned very much about the message that we would be sending by talking about stormwater management, that we're just sending back down the road. That is not a good policy or look for the district, in my opinion. Just see, so I did talk to several architects, and they were wanting to know what is being addressed, what is the objective here, and what is being proposed to solve this. So I understood you to say we're wanting to fix some problems on the front. Regarding the age of the building, I imagine we're going to be in this building at least another 10, 15 more years. So I don't know that what I'm suggesting is inappropriate for the life range, how much longer we're going to be here as far as getting professional expertise to work on it. And another point that somebody made, our exterior lighting is not compliant. You can see the light source and it's way too blue to be in compliance. And this is recent code that was passed, and it was 2 years ago that was passed for commercial buildings, which I think we would fall under. So I believe we'd also need a grading plan and a topography map of showing this. So I just don't think we can go off, do this in a cowboy kind of way, which I'm not against kind of cowboy projects, every once in a while. I just think that it's gonna need to be, we're gonna have to go more slowly, and it's gonna need to be done with more input and oversight from professionals. I know we've been here a long time, everybody, but this was something I felt, like I said, I've worked really hard on looking at this and wanting to make sure we do the right thing for everybody. Thank you.
Can I ask how much you would propose then that we budget for all of those? Because that's what you're saying, all important, but the cost is so astronomical as we start looking at engineers, civil engineers doing all of these things. We're now taking this building that we know is nearing end of life and investing quite a substantial amount when we're looking just to maintain and get the last few years out of the mileage out of this building.
I have no idea. What I would say is I don't believe that we should spend $75,000 of the ratepayers' money creating solutions where we may not have the expertise to do them. So therefore, I believe that we need those kind of skill sets that I'm talking to you about, and somebody to look at the whole thing. And so therefore, I would say that we need to push this out, or just do the most basic maintenance, leave the sign on there that says Joshua Basin Water District, but be more responsible and sustainable in how we approach the parking lot flooding. Even if we just don't wrap the landscaping around, let's do that right.
Director Fick?
I remember going to the old brick building on south of the highway before this one was built.
Yeah.
Back in 85. So, I got history. Also, I did submit a email to you regarding the One Tree Hill project. For people who don't know, there's a 37-acre project. I don't know what the project is, but it's upstream of us. And from the video I saw with the rain and all the water, it looked like it was coming down Veterans Way to here.
That's right.
We're downhill
Yep.
from Veterans Way.
Yep.
So, we're sort of like a collector point
Yep.
here. Also, if I remember right, if it's less than 24 inches, you don't need a permit. So,
That's my understanding as well.
yeah, so build it.
You mean the fence?
22 inches.
The fence?
The ABN.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that might be, but yeah, I'd also want to figure out what it's a side issue, but the 37 One Tree Hill project is, there was a map involved. I sent the email to you. I don't know if you saw.
That's off the agenda.
Yeah, it's a different agenda topic, but we can definitely talk
Yeah,
about it.
but it had a blue zone, which was where the flooding was, and that included Veterans Way coming here, so. Okay, that's me.
Director Jarlsberg?
Yeah, I don't want to take too much more time, but I do think it's important to talk about this. We've been talking, it's been years where we started talking about a new building. And now it's, evolved really to just fixing this one. And I think that's probably a good idea. But when we first started talking about getting a replacement building, I had some other thoughts. I agree that we need to present ourselves as really being careful of sustainability as an example for the community, as well as our own, cost and maintenance. One of the things that I thought maybe we did try some additional space. I think Lisa might be able to tell us how it felt to be in a trailer for a while. But we did try it. I also thought about the possibility of outsourcing where the board met, that there are empty buildings that maybe we could take advantage. I've had board meetings in storefronts where people walking by would actually be able to see us in our meeting and know that we're doing something, maybe even come in and join us. I think the board could be a little more visible and maybe even have a little more input from the community if we met out in the community more often. And then this space could be used for your staff. Anyway, I'd like to open up the thinking a little bit. That might be some, for future, if we can't get a new building, there might be some other options.
My pipe dream is to have the boardroom and that reservoir there.
Really?
Boardroom.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, cool.
Yeah, I mean, there,
Stadium seating.
Yeah.
yeah, but there would have to be a sign that said board meeting down this way, they're at the highway, okay? So just to get people to get down here. But anyway, I think that, I'm glad she brought up a number of things because these are all things that should be in the hopper. Not that we can afford it, but we should be thinking about these things.
Dr. Short.
How long was the office building down when we had that flood?
So, we weren't down,
Oh.
just lived with it. We came in, mopped and, dealt with it, dried out the carpet. And
That's impressive.
we make it work around here.
Bud boots.
And I know that these weather events are gonna be more common now. I mean, we did just have a tropical storm, even though it kind of missed us. We didn't get the bulk of it. So I do think that this is important and that we need to figure this out sooner rather than later. And obviously it's more cost effective to maintain a building than to build a new one. And I do think it's interesting to find alternative locations too and let them use this area.
One of those ideas that we'd had in the past is to put out I don't want to use the word trailer, but it's a mobile,
Temporary office.
not temporary. It's actually it's like a mobile home. It's like the trailers that they use for school rooms.
I was gonna say that,
Yeah.
yeah.
There, that it could be a boardroom and a bathroom, everything there that we can expand into the space with staff. That's something that we had talked about in the past, and then the new building came up and then the new building went away.
Right.
And so we hadn't really brought that back up, but we have the space, we have the land
Mhm.
that could be incorporated. Obviously, we require a lot more planning and engineering, but it is another option that we could do just right here and then allow us to have the space because, we are like a little rabbit warren in here and tucked in little nooks and crannies. So extra space would be helpful.
Susan Greer called it a rabbit warren. I remember that. I also remember that in the men's room, one of the stalls in there was being used for storage.
The ladies' room is used as a file storage for many, many, many years.
Has anybody looked at that? Thank you. Kathleen, was it you?
Both of them.
David?
Both of us, we have something.
I just like to say, as far as the ratepayers go, they probably want to keep it on the minimal side. Just sprucing it up on the outside to make it look professional. I also think that Gabion wall would actually be kind of good. You could almost consider it like a semi-permanent sandbag. Because people, when they sandbag, they don't ask an engineer, hey, where can I put this? And they don't wait for them. They grab them and they put them wherever they need to save their building. So they don't have to spend man hours cleaning carpets and getting all that water out.
Getting the mud out of the garden.
Yeah, ruining the things that we're trying to take care of. I think that right now, keeping our finances down with all the things that we have coming up is a must.
Mhm.
And permits and people coming to do engineering stuff, I mean, that's gonna cost a lot. We have our own in-house guys that can actually figure out that Gabion law with no problem. I'm sure that these guys are awesome. And to be in-house also, so it'd be a lot less expensive. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Kathleen?
I do want to just follow up on Director Doolittle's concern for something done right, and I appreciate that. But I do want to reassure you, the people that I brought in are professionals. They didn't charge us because of connections. And they are very professional. It's what they do for the government. They go out, they advise farmers, they advise all sorts of things, flood control. They work with the Army Corps of Engineers. They came at just no charge to us to advise. And their advice matched what I checked with another engineer. And I believe when it comes to the landscaping of the close planters up by the building, which would be used to stop the rushing water, water will seep through, but it won't rush through, which is where the damage, erosion occurs. They're there to help and assist us because we are government, they are government, and they have been working with me quite regularly for free because it's what we do as government agencies. So we might be able to pull this off very inexpensively to protect the building, make it look nice with their expertise, which they have offered. So I didn't know, you didn't know that they have been offering to help, but it's free. So, but that's what they do. They are professionals. They just aren't commercially running a business privately and offering services.
And we also have another professional coming next week that's pro bono to give us ideas on paint samples that are complementary to the desert and to the building structure that we have. And they've offered to do that without cost as well. So we're always looking for ways to keep costs down.
Yeah, I mean, there was one last thing I wanted to say regarding the paint colors is, I know last year when I noticed that you guys had paint colors out and people were voting on it, and then you just mentioned this again last week, that I just wanted to ask you, do you think that the Coachella Valley Water District, decided by committee what the paint colors were going to be on their award-winning building? No, they didn't. And just because they're a way higher up kind of agency with more money and more ratepayers, that doesn't mean that we can't, operate at that level as well with a smaller budget.
I just wanted to add the visual of the building was just that, just to be a visual, not permanent plan or anything to move forward with. It was, kind of like having the 210L on some of the slides. It was just a visual.
Yes, you very much.
Director of Finance, Ann Roman.
Could just interject, something to consider. We will be bringing the reserve policy back to the board. This year is our plan. And there is a building reserve in that policy. We currently have $96,000 in that. It is set aside for building replacement. Obviously, it's not going to do much in that respect, but it will be coming forward naturally for discussion again in that context.
So could $96,000 be used to purchase a site for a building, or would it be limited to building a building?
The way it reads is that it's building replacement, but of course it's a designated reserve, so the board could choose to do whatever they wanted to do with that funding.
Yeah, if we're talking about this building lasting for another 15 years or so, this might be a good time to consider the site and look for property that we might build a building on. I'm not optimistic that we could find anything anywhere in this area that wouldn't potentially flood, unless we did something like what the post office did, was you build up 8 steps or so and build the thing on a mound, something like that. As I recall, MWA's building, that's Mojave Water Agency, they're slightly elevated. They have a few steps that goes up to their actual building and boardroom and all that kind of stuff. But, to think in tree time, to look for a site someplace, you would think, well, okay, it's high on the other side of the highway. Well, visit John's liquor store right there. That liquor store just got completely flooded from the backside port going down to the highway. It was right in the way of water coming down from the slope that 2 of our directors live on. They can speak to what the volume of the water that comes down from that side crosses the highway and ends up in this area right here. Recalling something vaguely, oh, by the way, we should kind of consider whoever did the sign for the county facilities over there. It's right on Sunburst. It's a beautiful thing. I can't
Yeah, you
remember,
mentioned this.
pardon
You
me?
mentioned that.
It's I'm not sure if it's illuminated or not, but that would be a good thing to do too, would be to illuminate it.
It's also possible to put buildings on stilts, which a lot of flood tending places are doing. I mean, it might be cheaper than building a new building.
Like a beach house.
So I still say that this, as far as taking advantage of this parking lot here to we put a, what is it, permeable surface in it. It would be a pixel on a really big picture. As far as what we could practically benefit from doing that. However, it would be consistent with the demonstration garden. Is something that other people could do in larger parking lots and stuff like that. Would say, look at that, just the same thing with the garden itself. So question for Jeremiah. Does the water that runs down the street here go to the wash?
Yes,
Where does the wash go?
wash goes straight past our recharge site
Yeah,
and onto the dry lake bed.
And do we somehow recover as that water sinks into the ground, soaks into the ground? Do we take advantage of that water?
So naturally, when the water goes through these washes, USGS has stated that we do have recharge going on, taking place during that process. So as the water is in the wash, we are seeing recharge naturally. So we do collect a certain percentage from the floods naturally without doing any effort at all, at zero cost to anyone, before it goes out to the dry lake bed.
And once it reaches the dry lake bed, that water is then lost to evaporation because it doesn't percolate back into the aquifer. But what USGS shared with us is it's actually a very, very small amount of water that makes it out there.
mhm.
Well, yeah, that's about 4.5 to 5 miles running over sand.
All
Yeah.
right, so I would like to invite the board to consider the letters that we have, one from Justin Moore, who he said he would very much like to see a professionally designed plan that involves guiding stormwater into infiltration basins that support native plant species, raises the water table, and in effect, beautifies the environment and makes a positive forward-looking impression of the JBD. Now, obviously, there's water that evaporates as it's going to so y'all didn't mention that. Then Nicholas Holmes, who has all these particular qualifications that he listed. Regarding the parking lot, I feel strongly that the district should be a leading example in managing stormwater and in a sustainable and regenerative way, not rejecting and diverting our most precious resources away from the landscape on site to run down paved roads and contribute to stormwater damage potentially further downflow. This is an opportunity to lead by example and show how important we consider our water to be and harvest the on-site stormwater into landscaped infiltration basins to slow the spread and sink that stormwater into the ground. Plant the rain.
Yes, and example was the word there. And like I say, the amount of water that we would benefit from anything that we do here is just a dot. It would just be a teaspoon.
As far as the aquifer goes. That's what you mean.
Yeah, for usable water. However, as an example of
Right.
what other people could do, it would be an integral part of our demonstration garden, which is attended by anybody that wants to and children from the school. So we're teaching them about these
Right.
kinds of things. I was always intrigued by that. It's almost like a hole behind the building right here would be a place where we could capture
Exactly.
the water. However, I think it's too close to the building to fill that big up.
Well, you have.
But that's
you have
only a
levels of them, tiers.
that's only a swimming pool size amount of water, which isn't anything at all, except if you do something like that in a place where MWA does. They've got a couple of places there where they capture their low spots,
Exactly.
which when they're
They
dry,
have
there's
swales.
sitting
They're
area.
called swales.
Um,
And they have semi-permeable hardscaping as well. So
So there's things that we can do, but the substantial way that we benefit from the water is to channel the stuff in a safe way bearing in mind what Kathleen says about how there's liabilities issues about where we direct the water. If it's just going down a public street, that's not something that we would be potentially liable for. But the advantage we get is when it runs for miles down the two washes, they're actually earthquake falls. One's the Yucca and the other's to Joshua. I get them confused as to which is which, but the advantage is to run water down that away. And I don't think we own any land other than just a few acres around well 14. So I don't know. We have to consider the potential. David, when you look out your window, when you see Center Street and all that, you see very much water. Have you noticed crossing the street on its way to the dry lake?
On the Quail, what is it called? Quail Springs. It does get some, but that's coming from the,
The channel,
yeah,
which dumps out right at well 14.
yeah, it does. And it continues on and it goes past Rice to the dry lake bed. On the other side on, Pipeline, that's coming from Yucca. And that goes all the way down to the same place.
Yeah. Do we have any more on that? I think we kind of, this is a big deal though. And the idea of educating the public about how to save water is really a good thing to do. And personally, on my own land, I think it's a lot of fun to fool with it too, with my hoe and my square shovel.
So we do have a lot more slides to get through. The goal of this whole presentation is to make June 5th an easy day. You've already gone through all the meat of the budget, and it will be, you know, basically at that point, you're well prepared and you've seen it all. I would really hate for something like this to throw, you know, everything in the ditch because of one project. So what staff needs is guidance. And with WRO, I asked for that and I didn't receive feedback as to what to do with this budget. We left it alone because we know this building is reaching end of life. And it's really hard when we are facing chromium and these other aging infrastructure issues to say, let's do something spectacular with this building. We'd all really like that, but it's a like and nice to have, not a need to have. So what we need is guidance of where we should go with this particular project. So on June 5th, I'm bringing back something that's not going to throw the entire budget into the ditch because of one project. A lot of great ideas, a lot of great perspectives, and I appreciate all of them. It's one of those situations where we all want something, but we also know we have priorities.
Well, I personally like the word refresh. It's got a nice positive sound to it. And I think if we keep using that word too, it'll help.
We never called it a rehab. I think that got thrown in there, but it's always been a
Right.
refresh.
Yeah.
This is a maintenance project essentially, just like the E21 tank. We got to get in there and we have to rehab it. That's a bigger project that has to be done. This is not similar at all. This is just putting some paint on the building, potentially garden beds to help divert the water, rain gutters to help eliminate the mold situation that we're having because of the water going into the wood of the building. You know, we remember we have a 40-year-old building. We have reached its original intended use of life. So we really need to think about that in the decision-making process. So any guidance so that I can bring this back, that's going to satisfy the board.
I think maybe some projects got combined where they might be separate. So I think the refresh is like paint, getting the windbreaks back up, fixing the rain gutters, the slats on the side of the building, and then the Gabion wall, and what moves from that is something
Separate.
different.
Yeah.
And then we can propose
Yeah, that's
moving
true.
forward with having exterior work done and keeping those things separate so we can move forward with getting paint on the wall and holes.
That's excellent.
It's a good idea.
Thought process. Maybe we just separate this out and bring back just the pieces. Bless you.
Oh, it's not sneezing, I know, it's frustrating.
And just bring back the maintenance piece of this and the Gabion walls, separate consideration.
Well, you consider that minimally late in the year or next year sometime anyway, from what.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on what MWA says with the grant as well. I mean, we still have time to withdraw. If we think this is not, we don't give you them all, we just throw some paint up on this and fix the eaves and move on, and we have bigger fish to fry, that's also a possibility too.
Have bigger fish to fry. So that's what Dave says sounds good.
Yeah.
We need a motion on that or?
No, just
Okay.
guidance so that on June 5th, we can come in here, we're out of here before, 4 hours goes by on one topic.
I would just like to say that, regarding the rain gutters, that it would be good if we captured that water that comes off the roof. That's another thing that we really should be encouraging ratepayers to do that, and I think we should demonstrate that. And it's not that expensive if we do that, so, and, we can, be maybe a little bit more vague on some of the other things that we want to do and say, we're going to talk about this later, and then when we revise the budget, we fix it. So it's not like everything has to be set in stone, right? So I just want to remind everybody of that, and that might be a good strategy going forward.
And then slap some numbers on it.
I have a muddy idea. I think we'll be okay.
Oh,
All right, shall we move on?
Yes.
Please.
Okay. Lisa? Thank you.
So again, the public has to wait until the end of this to ask questions, that we're not going to allow them to ask questions now.
Board President announced that at the beginning of the presentation that we would wait until the end.
I don't think that's very respectful of the public. I'll just share that. To make them sit, through, now it's nearly 4 hours. And they don't get an opportunity to engage with us until the very end. What are we gonna make them wait until 7:30, 8 o'clock?
No, it should-
Who's out there? Who's out there?
Well, I just had someone text me and ask, when can I ask a question? So, and then I had.
I did see him.
If we had anybody.
Yeah, we have.
Someone
we asked
chatted.
them in the chat.
There was a chat.
Yeah, and then someone just texted me and said, how can she ask a question?
Well, the chat said they had to leave at 6,
It's up,
so.
whatever your preference is.
Yeah.
Who's leaving at 6? What is this?
There was a chat that bounced up there and she said she had to leave. She had questions.
It was a
She had
man, it was Cody.
had to leave at 6.
Yeah, so can you open the chat?
Well, we could do that, I suppose, in fairness. Didn't anticipate this going to get this long.
Well, I did, and it's another example of where we needed another meeting for our budget meetings, as opposed to trying to make it all happen in this meeting.
Mm.
Oh, this is number 2.
Is that all of the chat that we have, Lisa?
No, there's that one. Yeah, that's all of it.
Is everything there?
And then, Miriam Seeger, I believe you had a question. Are you there? Turn your mic on.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
She was there.
What's her name? Does she have one of these?
Hello?
Mary Ann Seeger?
Miriam Seeger.
can hear you.
Miriam Seeger.
Yeah, can you hear?
Yeah, she showed up
Can you
before.
minimize this and open up and see who is on, please?
Yeah, if somebody has a deadline of some kind, it'd be nice to get.
Well, he had to leave. The guy had to leave at 6.
They're ratepayers after all.
Yeah, looks like she's still there. The mic is on. Whoop.
No, the mic's on.
Okay,
There
my
you go.
mic-
It was, yeah.
My mic is on,
She
but I'm
talking.
not
Looks like she's
hearing
trying
you
to
Yeah,
guys.
Mary, oh yeah, we're not hearing you. Maybe turn up the volume.
I can hear you, Miriam. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear.
It's like they're trying to talk.
Okay, should I just go since
It
one
says
person
she's
can hear
talking.
me?
with them.
I know, well, you can see it on her.
I don't think they can hear us.
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh, there we go. Oh, there we go. We got you.
Can you hear?
okay, yes, I can. So I don't want to hold you guys up because I know you're talking about a lot of stuff. But I just want to let you know, I install gardens for people, landscaping. And a very common problem that we have on these new builds is that people do not know the history of how the water flows across their property. And we get into a year like this year, and then suddenly they're confronted with flood conditions. You guys have been aware of, your topography there for a long time. But what we've done is we've gone back in and graded and created, you know, a series of ponds, and we've directed and we've slowed the water down and made everything that we possibly could permeable. And sometimes it takes a couple of adjustments because the storm cells hit in different ways, but it is kind of, I think, again, to reinforce what some other people said, I think it is kind of an interesting opportunity to teach people how to manage that on their own properties. And several of the properties that I've had to do this on have been the water as a result of people upstream just diverting their water off of their property and impacting other
Yes.
properties. So, and that's the brunt of my comment, and that's it.
Thank you very much.
And I guess the questions that were in the chat, they'll be addressed at some point.
Can you minimize that and open the chat back up, please? And one of the questions is for the recharge rehabilitation, we did explore grants. The answer on that is no, but we would be open to exploring grants that we can get in any fashion. So it would be something that we will look at. There was a question about the plotter, and I think we addressed those questions, and we have some answers that we'll have to bring back to the next meeting.
Right, oh, there was that thing in the middle, yeah, the one.
I think it's everything that we've been talking about in regards to, you know, solutions for the problem we're trying to address.
Yeah, so one of those agencies that I mentioned, that was a nonprofit, they have a number of best management practices for stormwater retention and detention.
Thank you. All right, Lisa, would you click that little caret at the bottom of the green stripe? Push that up. Thank you. All right, my favorite topic, regulatory.
And then click the slide.
Favorite.
There we go. All right. The district staff is very proud that we're in full compliance with all current regulations, and we're prepared for future regulatory activities. This achievement is a significant undertaking and requires a great deal of time and effort from our team. By and large, California's regulatory environment is the most costly, complex, and uncertain in the nation. No other state compares. On average, regulatory changes in California are 4 times more frequent than the nationwide average and 3 times more than New York. And there's a nice little map there that shows California and compared to the rest of the country. And that is our combined regulatory burden index. So we are far above and exceed every other state in the nation. Did you know that there are legal consequences for non-compliance and also for turning in reports late? Failure to comply for regulatory requirements exposes our system to enforcement actions, which include fines and civil penalties. Additionally, time spent by state departments on those activities will be billed to the system. Also, we can suffer other legal liabilities and lawsuits. So this is why we take this so seriously, because there are legal consequences. I always share the story that, you know, that I had that misdemeanor charge against me when I first started in this position because of a report not being done timely. It was dropped and we had to go through a bunch of red tape. It makes me laugh because I've only had 2 traffic fines in my whole life. And that was when I was, 20 years old. So I don't really want anything on my record for that kind of issue. But it just shows how much staff is dedicated, because each of us could be liable, civilly liable, independently of this district for not completing these timely and accurately and truthfully. So that's just a little background on the regulatory, and that goes to the list that Director Ficht was asking about earlier, over 70. And I know that's not fully complete. I think there's more because that list does not include sampling. So if you add sampling, we're going to be well over 100 in regards to regulatory requirements. All right, next slide. You click that little button.
Can I make a comment about that slide? I don't think it's totally negative that we're leading the country in these regulations. It's hard on us,
Right.
obviously, but I think the rest of the country should be paying attention.
Regulatory in itself is there's a purpose and a reason behind it. There
Yes.
needs to be regulations. None of us disagree with that. What
Yes.
I wish the regulators would do is talk to each other so they're not asking for the same or similar type of information
Yeah,
and making it more challenging for us. So, more communication, because a lot of it could be handled with one report instead of 7 reports for similar information. All right, so we have every year, as I was discussing, we have an increasing number of regulatory reports and obligations. We currently have over 70, as I was discussing, on that list that we must meet. While the majority of these reports are handled by our in-house team, which also saves substantial costs, some necessitate external expertise, often obtained from engineering firms. For 24-25, we've budgeted $37,500 for the reports below that need outside support. That includes our annual water supply and demand assessment. That was new in 2022. The annual water use report, also known as the urban water use objective, and that was instituted new in December of 2023. And our water loss audit report, and that one is due annually December 31st. And I think that's been about 5 years that that's been instituted. And then just that little reminder at the bottom, 25-26 is going to be a heavy year for us. We have big reports due, the spill prevention plan, the WIA, which is America Water Infrastructure Act. Our emergency response plan is due for its update. And then the big one is the urban water and the water shortage contingency plan. Those are expensive, generally mostly outsourced with engineering firms. I am in talks, and I'll give you just a little sneak peek with MWA, potentially to do a regional urban water with other districts. So it's not just us, and that could be cost saving and also looks at a more sustainable future for our entire region rather than just looking at Joshua Tree alone. So again, we're always looking for ways to save money wherever we can. And although we do use some external professionals to help us with these, staff is still heavily involved with providing source data, reviewing, and finalization. Any questions on these regulatory reports?
Vice President Doolittle.
So I'm looking at page 43 of the agenda, and it's talking about report studies and plans. And I see originally we had 334,000 scheduled, budgeted for these reports. How's that number different from this number? What's the difference here?
That includes the capital improvement plan. That was 250,000.
Okay.
And the strategic plan for 25,000.
Oh, okay.
Just the regulatory.
Okay, all right.
Reports.
So the, okay, I got it. Okay, all right, well, onward, thanks. Anything from you?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were cogitating.
No, I said onward. I meant, I'm done.
Huh, bad here. Director Fick?
nope, none for me.
Oh, Director Jarlsberg.
onward and upward.
Director Short.
I don't envy you one bit having it. I don't know how you guys do.
I joke, you remember the spy movies where there's the diamonds that the person's trying to go in and not hit any of the lasers? That's
yeah.
what this feels like.
Oh, yeah.
We're trying to make sure we don't hit any of the lasers.
Movie, I believe. Nothing for me either. Press on.
All right.
We're in break time now.
The finance products, we do have a built-in break right after finance. I believe it is. And you want to take this away, cost allocation?
Yes, thank you. So I'll try to be quick with these, but I don't want to shortchange you on information, so feel free to ask questions if you have them. So cost allocation plan, we've talked about this a little bit in the past. We've never done this as a district. This is all about transferring accurate and defensible indirect costs, so our overhead, what we normally routinely call it, to customer paid and capital projects. And also a plan like this, a cost allocation plan, would allow us to maximize grant funding of these indirect costs at a rate greater than the 10% de minimis that is allowed. And when we're talking about something like potential grants for Chromium-6, we could be talking about $200,000, $300,000, $400,000, depending on what those overhead rates are identified to be. And this plan would comply with federal regulations known as Title II, CFR Part 200, to meet the purposes of audit and or reimbursement. This is something that NBS, who is our CMM administrator and also our standby administrator, could do for us. Of course, we could look at other vendors as well. The project manager who would be involved in this happens to be someone who lives in Joshua Tree. So that's kind of nice. So the cost quoted by NBS would be $16,500, including a $1,500 contingency. Any questions on that slide?
Yeah, I have a question. If it costs 16K for 24-25, what would be the cost in 25-26? Maybe I'm not understanding this, but I'd like to know.
It would be a one-time plan that would eventually need to be updated. So probably within 5 years or so, we would need to update that. We could potentially, once we have all of that structure in place, we could potentially do that in-house and instead of contracting someone to do that with us.
Okay, and so where it says direct costs, labor to complete task, materials and supplies for the task,
Yeah.
what, is that leaving something out?
Sorry,
Other
I
kinds
didn't
of
cover
labor?
that, did I? So I skipped that part. I apologize. So direct costs versus indirect costs. Direct costs, for example, are things like labor to complete a task, materials and supplies for the task versus indirect costs, which are things like utilities for the administration building.
Lights.
If we were paying rent, it would be, you know, or if we had a loan on the building, that would be an indirect cost to the projects or to the customer, to our capital projects or to the customer projects. And staff labor, office supplies, things like that are considered indirect costs. And so this plan would allow us to capture all of that information and really get a good handle on that so that we can put forth a defensible plan to the state. It actually, my understanding is that would actually go to the state to be approved for use with grants. So that would be important. You know, we can on a informal basis right now with what we have, our decades old overhead rates, we could take those and apply those to a grant, but we would be limited most likely to that de minimis 10% overhead. Whereas something like our labor overhead rates are actually more accurately around 50 to 60%. So.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea that we do this. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
Nope.
All right. So we've talked about this a little bit before too. This would be the fourth year that we would be looking at paying the CalPERS unfunded accrued liability, the additional discretionary payment. This is an annual payment on the unfunded accrued liability, which is the amortized dollar amount needed to fund past service credit earned or accrued for members who are currently receiving benefits, active members and for members entitled to deferred benefits. So basically, we talked about this in the WRO committee. You know, the CalPERS program, every year we pay towards the accrued unfunded liability. There's a mandatory amount that we must pay, but the calculations are always being reconsidered by the actuaries. And there is outstanding debt on that per se. So that's that unfunded accrued liability that the district owes. If the district were to cancel the CalPERS contract at any point in time, the district would not be free and clear. The district would owe money in order to do that. So what we're allowed to do is rather than using what they call a fresh start of the amortization schedule, which is 30 years by default. So that unfunded accrued liability is amortized over 30 years, which comes with an interest payment due. And if the district did a fresh start of a 15-year amortization schedule, we would save on interest. However, what we have been doing is rather than committing to the 15-year amortization schedule, we have allowed, or we have opted to use an additional discretionary payment so that we can be flexible. If the budget allows, then we would make that additional discretionary payment. If for some reason the board decided that the budget did not allow, we would not make that additional discretionary payment. We wouldn't be locked into it. But doing this now, again, this would be our 4th year of making that additional discretionary payment, would save us about $142,000 in interest over that 15-year time frame. And so this additional discretionary payment for 24-25 is $46,000. Any questions here?
That's not very much.
That's the additional, right?
Yeah, relative to what Vice President Doolittle,
No question for me.
Director Fick. Okay,
Let's do it.
question. Yeah, we're on the right track. We need to make those discretionary payments if we can.
Thank you. Next slide, purchasing implementation. So we are proposing to make or implement a purchasing module for our Encode software, which is our financial software that we use for all of our financial needs and for our utility billing. And currently we do our we issue our purchase orders on a manual basis. It's unintegrated with the financial software. And a purchasing module would allow us to actually integrate those purchase orders with the accounts payable. So those invoices that we pay each week, the checks that you sign, instead of having to manually reference those purchase orders, we would actually have them in the software and be able to match those, which would allow us for more control and knowledge of our outstanding purchases. So at the end of the fiscal year, we have to report that to the auditors. And right now we have a manual system that we have to look through to see what's still outstanding, what purchase orders have been issued but not paid. And so this would allow us to integrate. It's a one-time cost for implementation of $3,150 and $3,076 for the annual subscription. Any questions on that?
I have a question. I think this is a great idea. I think we should do it. I'd like to know, are there any other modules that you guys would like to have that would make audit times go faster or easier? Anything else?
I think we have most of what they offer at this point that's practical. I have been in some demo sessions for capital budgeting. They're working on a capital budgeting product, and that actually looks like it might be very useful. However, they haven't really, it doesn't sound like they've committed to the integration. They're building something that's standalone, and they haven't quite committed to the integration with the products that we have yet, although it is a product of our the same company, Tyler Technologies, that makes Encode. We don't know yet if it's going to integrate well, but it's something that we'll definitely want to look at when it's available. It's right now still in development.
And any other modules we may consider in the future to bring back. We don't have the bandwidth this year to implement.
Yeah, these are definitely time consuming to implement. We have a few other implementations going on right now. We'll get to another one here on the next slide. So they do take a lot of time above and beyond the core work. So
That's for me.
Anything?
Nope.
No.
Good job. Good job.
all right, so Asset Panda, this is our asset tracking software that we have selected, and this program supplements our existing Encode fixed assets module and allows us to document the location of the assets and non-assets such as attractive expendables like large tools, computers, iPads, phones, etc. Those items other than actual assets are not recorded in our financial software anywhere. We keep them on a spreadsheet. This enables the district to assign periodic random audits and verify the existence of the assets using the existing cell phones that staff already have as barcode scanners after we get everything barcoded. So that's a whole process that we'll go through. This satisfies the auditor's recommendations. It's also a GAAP compliance issue. So GAAP being generally accepted accounting procedures. And in this quote that I included on the slide, in an article for cron.com, Patrick Gleason, PhD, states that the most basic of all fixed asset audit procedures is establishing that the asset exists. And once the asset's existence is verified, establishing the value. This would cost the district $3,500 annually for the subscription. It's software. And we anticipate it to be fully functional in this upcoming fiscal year, 24-25. Any questions?
Nothing from them.
David?
No questions. It sounds like streamlines things. It's mostly for the auditors, I would assume.
Well, it's actually for the district. The district has never done an actual asset audit in its existence.
Wow.
And so we're going to start with, we're going to phase this in over time. So we're going to start with the most vulnerable assets, the mobile assets, and the attractive expendables. And over time, we'll expand that to work with some of the other assets that are a little more stable, like, you know, we're not concerned about wells disappearing or, you know, that kind of thing. We know where they are. They're not misplaced, that kind of thing. So we're going to start with those more vulnerable assets first, but we'll expand the use of this program to also look at values of these other assets as well, because what we have on the books now is obviously the original value, and we haven't done a lot of revisiting of those values. And so that's something we need to do over time as well. And this would enable us to work in that capacity also.
And you'll be able to keep track of that popular skip loader.
Yes.
Director Giles-Berg?
No questions.
Director Short? Nothing. So GAAP is generally accepted accounting practices, is that what it is?
Yeah, I always, it's procedures. Here it says procedures. I personally, I shouldn't admit this, but I get confused as to whether it's procedures, practices, or policy.
Or principles. I thought it was
Principles. Yes, that's the other one.
That sounds good.
So one of those three.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so when we do this, is accounting for depreciation on things a factor? And when we have to determine the total value of all of the assets in the district, is this going to make that easier?
We already have the ability, and we use the encode system for depreciation of assets. So we have that already on the books, that depreciation. What this will enable us to do is to account for, in addition to those major assets that are in encoded status, especially allow us to account for those little things that add up. So, and the little things that, you know, tend to be harder to place, you know, over time. So we put those things on the books, but we don't necessarily know what happens to them over a longer period of time. We need to validate, you know, as in how the quote reads, that they exist. And we also have, there's something called impairment. So asset value impairment. Over time, we need to look at the larger assets also to see if that value that we have on the books actually still makes sense. So that will enable us to, it's going to give us more tools to do various functions related with the assets.
Nothing further, we're taking a break.
Perfect. 10 minutes.
That's two.
Are we ready?
Mm-hmm.
We will get through this as quickly as we can, providing the information that you want. Operations projects. The first operations project is the new inventory building and permitting project. This is a building that will not have a, what is it, a Corvette in it. It's not going to have that. That is just a Google picture. That gives you an idea of what the building will look like with the 3 bay doors. This building will sit just adjacent to the building that's already exists out in the shop area. It will house our inventory, and then when we have a purchasing person, they'll actually have a building with an office space. So I'm gonna go ahead and turn this over to Jeremiah to talk a little bit more about.
Yeah, so we're trying to put a 40 by 100 building strictly for inventory and for housing some of our equipment and bigger materials. We've been working on this for over a year now. We solicited the help of engineering firm to help us with the ever so strenuous permitting process. And we made headway, but we with this route just to make sure we could actually get this done and get it done in a timely fashion. So the district does need this additional space. It's very, very necessary. This year, we budgeted 15,000 for the fiscal year 23-24, and anticipating only using about 10,000 for the permitting process. Overall, we'll probably we have budgeted 320,000 for fiscal year 24-25. Just a quick recap on that is 160K for the building itself, around 50,000 for the foundations slab, about 30K for the actual inventory, shelving, office space, and power for the building, and a cost of about 80,000 for the installation of the building itself. Any questions?
Does this cost include labor?
So this is labor that's not gonna be, the only part we're gonna have on this is actually installing the slab, and that, yes.
Because it's a
That
pre-made
cost-
build, it's a pre-made building.
It's pre-made building and it takes specialized.
Oh, and they drop it off. Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had. I think, of course, we need this.
Director Fick,
I'm fine with it.
Director Jarlsberg.
I just wanted to make clear, it is a metal building and the installation comes with the building. It's just an extra, if you're separating out the cost.
Correct.
And is there room for a board meeting room in there? Just kidding.
Once we fill it up.
Okay. Yeah, we need it, obviously, and it looks like a good plan.
Director Short.
10K on permitting, this just sounds a lot, especially for no one here controls that.
Right.
For a prefab, it's
Right.
ridiculous. That's all.
Welcome to California.
Yeah.
Nothing from me.
All right, meter replacement program. We talked about this a little bit earlier. In 2019, the board faced a crucial decision in changing out all of the meters in the district. At that time, over 75% of the meters tested were failing, and all of which were under reporting. Did I took it over for you?
No, that's okay. So this was slated for a 5-year project. Unfortunately, COVID took place and it really put a damper on the movement of getting the project done. The good news is that fiscal year 24-25, we will conclude this mass change out program, and the availability of supplies, of course. However, the district should stay proactive in preparation for the next change outs, which is expected in about 15 to 20 years. So in 15 to 20 years, these meters again will have to be changed out. They will reach its life expectancy. So subject to the date costs amount to approximately 1.17 million, with the additional estimated of 150,000 in inventory, labor, and overhead to finish the 23-24, and 350K budgeted for 24-25. So the total project program costs of $1.67 million. So the original budget of this program was a little over 1.8 million, and that included meters, ball valves, and check valves. So what we found in undertaking this project is we did not need to change out every single Well, then check out. So we're able to save costs by doing it that way. So there will be money left over when this project is said and done. So we're just asking for 350K for fiscal year 24-25 to close this project out and finish replacing all these meters. Are there any questions?
Vice President Doolittle.
So how many years was the meter replacement program supposed to go for?
5 years.
5 years, oh, okay. Wow, it's a lot less expensive than we said in the rate plan, because we said it was gonna be projected at 500,000, but we reduced it to 185,000, so. Anyway, good job, I'm glad that that project's gone along, and of course, we need to fund it to finish it.
Director Fick.
How much underreporting were the old meters doing? Was it what, 10% or?
It was a broad mix, anywhere from 2% to about 15%. So no section was kind of categorized with each other of just being a little bit. It was very broad across the board on these meters, and that's on the date of the meter. So a lot of these meters were 20+ years old. So the longer the meter stayed in the ground, the more they would start under registering.
Okay, thank you.
And this is where we learned that low flow is not recorded, like say from a small.
We learned that low flow over the years that these meters did not capture that.
Really?
Yes, but the new ones do.
Director Jarlsberg.
I'm good with this.
Director Short. I'm good. Nothing further from me.
Water recharge.
All right, water recharge. The groundwater recharge is a key strategy throughout California to manage water through climate-driven weather extremes, including,
Prolonged drought.
should put my glasses on, prolonged drought and periodic intense storm events. So each year when funding and water is available, JBWD recharges with the purchase through MWA. So recharging is the best water management practice that contributes to ensuring a sustainable future for JBWD ratepayers. For fiscal year 24-25, staff does recommend taking the 1,300 acre feet, which is what we pump out, which is the average production for the year. So 500 acre feet, we already banked. That's at $274,000. And that does include that 15% shrinkage from MWA, which comes in very nice for us. We have a goal of actually taking this year of 800 acre feet to make up that 1,300, and that comes at a little over 500,000. So for fiscal year 24-25, we have a total of $776,525.
So I have a question in the rate study, it said that we were going to, our imported water purchases for recharge from MWA were projected at 1,000 acre feet per year, roughly 85% of the annual district water demand. So just remind me what the change was. I probably voted on it, but I can't remember.
I think that was the
15%.
number that we were looking.
That was based on consumption. So this is production. And so that 1,000 was based on consumption figures that we had at the time. So I'm not saying that that is that 300 difference is water loss, but there can be water loss in there. So between the production, what comes out of the ground and what is actually billed and sold to customers.
Right. And
Okay.
as we looked at this more clearly, and because water is available, it is best to put as much back in as we can right now, because we know in the future we'll have some dry years when water may not be available.
Director Fick.
I don't have anything.
Director Jarlsberg.
Looks good to me. What do I know? I'll take your word for it. Okay.
We produced 1,300, we're proposing putting 1,300 back in,
Yes.
keeping sustainable water, just like we are careful with our money, and we want to be careful with our water.
Director Short.
Seems pretty standard.
Nothing for me either. Before I continue.
right, D11 booster station upgrades is a carryover project from the previous fiscal year.
The upgrade is to replace the old D1 booster site due to a long lead time. This project is a carryover from the 23-24. The district is currently waiting on an electrical transfer switch. This is delaying the installation of the SCADA telemetry system and the initial startup with Grundfos booster pumps. So Grundfos is the company we bought the pump from. The 23-24 cost is 24,000, or I wish, 240,000. The 24-25 is 96,000, which is a total of 336,000. So as far as the district in-house install, we've completed everything we could possibly complete. Stop it, I'm just kidding. What we're waiting for right now is, like I said, the electrician and the SCADA to be completed. That's all just back order items. This job would be 100% complete already if we had those items. Once we have those items in, it's weeks away with minimal labor and pretty much us flushing and testing, and switch over a little more difficult than the normal because we have to turn off the old system and switch it over to the new in the same process. So it's kind of technical. But as far as that goes, it's pretty simple and getting, 5 contractors there at once.
Any questions?
Where is this?
This is at the C2B, the big tank up there. If you go up Sunburst and hang a left on Golden in the dirt over there by the wash, the C2B, this is D11, which is on the same site, and it feeds up to the tank in that hill over there, D11 tank.
You can see it from Sunfair.
Yeah.
Yes. At the bus.
When we did the bus tour and we just went through and we didn't get out,
Yeah.
it's that site.
Where all the equipment was.
Big tank, okay.
Yeah.
And so you're pumping water from the well, up to that tank.
So we're pumping from the well to the C2B. The C2B feeds to this booster, then this booster feeds up to that tank. Because we have different elevations, we have to boost it up.
Okay.
And that current site is pretty bad, in pretty bad shape. That's why we pushed a total rehab of that facility.
Yeah, we saw reports on that. Was that all, David? Dr. Jarlsberg?
Is this something that happens on a regular basis every so often? You have to do this for something.
Yeah.
For one of these booster sites or.
Yeah, like Scott said earlier, he's got those emergency boosters or our pumps and whatnot that we're gonna have. But then we also coming across where the whole facility has to be changed out. The telemetry's bad, the electronics isn't keeping up. Growth, we have to upgrade everything. And even just the building that we had was outdated, very, very bad. We have photos. I told Sarah, she was adding a bunch of stuff, but she didn't do this.
Well, it looked like a fire hazard. This is just a normal maintenance.
yeah.
And all of our booster stations at some point will have to be addressed. And this is just the one that's been addressed this year. It's in our old CIP plan. It's also in our strategic plan is one of the items to address for our booster station upgrades. So we will work through the whole system. And then when that's finished, you start working through it
Right.
again.
It's a
And
continuous routine of
this,
that.
this
And
cost, is this normal? I
this
mean,
is normal for a booster.
Yeah.
And this is honestly a smaller site.
Yeah.
Say on top of that.
well, if you think of it, go ahead. That's it.
Nothing for me or Director Short. Proceed.
Okay, this next one is E21 tank rehabilitation. This is the second phase of the project. You remember we did the RFP to get the design and survey. Now this is for the actual rehabilitation of the project. Caroline, want to take it on?
Yeah. So this is our E21 repair and restoration, and this is to extend the life of the storage tank itself. Sections of this tank are beyond the normal patch and repair, which we hire those diving crew to come out, inspect, clean, and also make these small repairs. We're far past that with this reservoir. The scope of this project will include repainting the tank, exterior and interior coatings, installing a new interior ladder, relocating the overflow screw, installing new exterior ladder safety cage, along with some seismic protection, which is in our hazard mitigation plan as well for this site. We budgeted 70,000 for the RFP in 23-24. The total project should be about 360,000 for fiscal year 24-25, with a grand total of 430,000 we'll put into this reservoir rehab. Any questions?
Vice President Doolittle.
I do wish that we could get the expertise on staff to develop an RFP like this, if it's $70,000, because I know we have others related to this.
This is requiring engineering and survey. It's the same way that we do a CIRP that designs the system. So this is, they'll be hiring an engineer on staff to work to develop these kinds of plans.
So it's not RFP for the engineering, it's for the person to do the work. It is.
They
We have to have those requirements.
Right, but they develop all of the specs for the entire.
Oh, okay.
and Survey design, all of, same thing that we did that we do for pipeline replacement. We have to have an engineer do the survey and design. It's very similar what that RFP is. And I know we call it RFP, but really.
Yeah, it's a little confusing. It's like, the initial plan, isn't it? Yeah, got it. Okay, thank you.
And this one's just a little different because there's structural issues that are going on. So we had to hire out a structural engineer to be able to make these adjustments and changes.
Thank you.
Oh,
Are these painted on the inside with the water still in it, or is it drained out and then
it's completely drained.
completely drained? And so what does the service do to, how do you service the customers that are?
We have these special temporary tanks that we have already installed on that site, and that'll take up the brunt of, that way we can keep all the customers still in service during the full rehab.
Director Jarlsberg.
Can you remind us how many tanks we have out there?
17.
17, so this is one of 17. You estimate how many are gonna need this kind of work in the future?
All of them.
And how many have been done recently?
This is the first one done in the past 12-ish years.
Okay. So it's coming up.
All of them are at this level. That's
So
why
it's coming up.
Yeah, they'll be coming up. That's
So
what
this
we-
is like a preliminary letting us know what's coming up.
And that's where that CIP plan comes into play, because each of
Yeah.
the tanks will be inspected and they'll take the inspection reports from the divers, and then they'll help prioritize them so that we know when they're coming for their rehab.
Okay, and what budget year it'll fit into?
That's right.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Director Schwartz.
How often do we typically have to do this to these tanks?
So a typical rehab for a reservoir is just recoating. That's it.
Mhm.
So because past management board as a group never wanted to put the money out, basically.
Deferred maintenance.
They deferred maintenance. Nice way to.
So basically this is just unique from neglect?
Yes.
Okay.
They're all gonna need it eventually, but the divers definitely help us out with saving us and buying us time and preparing for it. But eventually they all will need it over time.
Are these seismic earthquake valves a new thing or?
They've been out for quite some time now. We have several of them already installed on some of our key reservoirs. And so as we do these rehabs, we're installing them per rehab.
Ed Roman said something one time that I like to remember, and that is that we will proceed with maintaining and developing this water company at a rate that's proportional to the revenues that we bring in. And if directors get elected on promising to keep the rates low or roll them back and all that stuff, well, then the revenue's reduced and we have to slow down on what we do. There were projects. There was something up here that Marina West was involved in. There was a large pipeline project. And then I think it was the H zone over here, up there a ways, was another one that we're done during this period that we're talking about from the nineties on or early 2000s, maybe, can't remember. I remember the builder was in here talking about the H zone and when it was over with and what he did and all that. But anyway, it's all about us and what we decide to do with revenue prioritizing and how much we're getting from the ratepayers and educating the ratepayers as to why we need the thing that we need. And so here we are, you know, we've got stuff that hasn't been done for a decade or two that should have been done. And, you know, some of it, we don't even have records of the last time things were maintained. We rebuild things instead of these booster pumps. We rebuild them instead of buying new ones, which would last indefinitely and all that kind of stuff. So it's a lot of it is the doing of the directors over these decades.
I have one question.
Yes, ma'am.
So I imagine you put all this work into SCADA. Does it work like where you has calendaring function and it'll say, oh, time to rehab E21? You know, it'll tell you in 5 years from now or something like that?
SCADA unfortunately doesn't work like that.
Okay, do we have anything that works like that?
Kinda.
That tracks anything, you know, besides our memories and divers?
Tracking, we have our divers come out on
Yeah.
schedule, that's per the state, and they give us a nice dive video with a dive report.
Yeah, I've seen it. I loved it.
So
Yeah.
we utilize those tools in order to prioritize to see which ones we could put off longer and get more life out of it.
Yeah.
Which ones we really need to address sooner.
I mean, but does not collect it anywhere like in a spreadsheet or anything like
That's where the
that.
CIP plan will come in. It'll all of the maintenance that has been done and where it prioritizes, that's where it'll come in. That's,
Okay.
but that doc-
It'll have an output like that.
yes.
Okay.
It doesn't, like, say the road grader have something in it that records its activity and tells us or John Deere when something is due to be serviced.
Yes.
So that it's a little bit of that, I suppose. Anything further?
Right, now we're on to the D11 reservoir tank SCADA security upgrade, and Scott had to leave. So one thing
Yep.
is,
So this is our D11 site. And this is the booster station that's being rehabbed pumps up to this reservoir here. So this upgrade will increase the district security at the site and improve dependability throughout the SCADA system during inclement weather. So the way our SCADA system works is that it basically takes a signal and it bounces it around throughout our whole district and brings it back to the shop. During bad weather, mostly wind, or if we have a lot of cloud coverage, when we lose the power in our batteries and we're not able to use the solar to power and recharge the batteries, we'll have some of our sites will pop off and they'll go down. And this gives us some more redundancy for that factor. So this site upgrade will include a buzzer alarm for security cameras, a brand new lithium battery that'll give us more life, new motion sensors, and an upgraded PLC. The PLC is what is the brain and what controls all the functions of SCADA and sends it back to the shop. With a larger solar panel and a custom charge controller. So we're looking at about $14,800 budgeted to complete this project. Any questions?
Vice President Doolittle?
So the Panda for asset management, does it have anything tracking, you know, when things need to be worked on or anything like that, you know?
We have the ability to add custom fields. to
Okay.
that. So we could certainly set up a system like that.
Anyway, this is, you know, I just want the technology to do it for us and not have to, you know, look at our calendars or have divers tell us and then we don't know. Anyway, that's what I'm thinking. Nothing else for me. Thank you.
Director Fick?
Just a side issue, I think, the divers can eventually be replaced by little underwater drones.
Yeah, it's true.
cameras.
they actually told us that when they came
Yeah.
out last time. Yeah, but someone will still have to control the drone, but the actual diving of the tank, he said in about 10 years will not be a thing. I still don't know how they're going to patch, you know, paint with the drone yet, but who knows?
No questions.
Director Jarlsberg?
Again, is this like gonna be done at other tank sites over time?
So this is it's a constant upgrade as technology increases and gets better. We try to stay ahead of that curve, so we're constantly upgrading all of our different sites. And this just happens to be one of the ones that we haven't got to yet. So it has SCADA, it has motions and alarms and such. But this is to improve that and add cameras along with that buzzer because it's a remote site. So we do get traffic up there that we're trying to prevent.
Yeah, it sounds like you're upgrading a bit too, like you said,
Yeah.
larger solar panels and stuff. Is this a typical price, 15?
This is a
1,000?
typical price currently right now to
Yeah.
upgrade a site.
It seems pretty good for everything you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Director Short?
When we do upgrades like this, what do we do with the old equipment?
The old equipment will get surplused. So some of the old equipment we could actually keep as a backup for a just in case. Or rainy day fund, you could say.
Mhm.
Most of it just gets surplus.
Okay,
It becomes obsolete.
good.
Nothing further from me.
Great. Tank and reservoir inspection maintenance. So this is very similar to what we were just talking about.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
So this is all this deals with is we have 4 different sites that we need to get dive inspection done and repairs and cleaned. So this scope is to include the dive company in performing their external and internal inspections of the reservoirs, applying patches to the areas that are showing metal loss and corrosion, and cleaning the site debris from the reservoir floor. The state requires that all water storage tanks must be inspected every 3 to 5 years. These inspections and minor repairs allow the district more time before rehab is actually
Oh, yeah, yeah.
required.
Yeah.
And this comes at a cost of $30,000 to have those 4 reservoirs inspected and repaired.
Nothing for me, thanks.
Jane?
Thank you. That's it for me.
No comment.
Nothing from me.
All right, so now we're going to put this all together and talk about the finances of the projects.
So to wrap this up, we have some financials for you, starting with at the top, and I apologize, first of all, it looks better on the screen, but on the printouts, the grayscale doesn't quite work so well with the formatting. At the very top line, we have the operating budget of $9,122,534, less the $1.2 million that's detailed in the gray shaded area. So those are operating expense projects. Those are projects that are included in the operating budget. We've talked about them tonight in this slideshow. And then right in the middle, we have the total operating budget, again, showing there $9,122,534. And to that, we add the total capital budget of $3,281,300. So that gives us a total combined budget of $12,403,834. And of that $12,403,834, the operating projects and capital projects amount to $4,521,551. And that is actually 36% of the district's total budget. So 36% of the district's total budget is comprised of operating and capital projects. So I thought that was an interesting statistic. Any questions about this slide? Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so in the 2023 rate study that's published on our JBWD site, it said that capital improvement funding was projected at $2.5 million a year with a conservative 3.5 escalation in future years, percent escalation in future years. So is that 2.5 million, where is that in the total capital budget? Because that says 3.2. So I'm trying to figure out where the capital improvement funding is located anywhere in our budget numbers.
So we're actually, if you recall, during the initial operating budget workshop, we talked about, and it's actually in your packet too on page 37, You can see there between the 2 years, we are drawing down the reserves by $1 million.
You're right, 1.5 million.
Well, $1.5 million in 24-25.
Right.
And combined with a net revenue in 23-24, over the 2-year period, we're drawing down $1,082,000. So we are exceeding what the rate study has designated towards capital in this year. But in the 2 years, because we are generating net revenues in 23-24, that helps offset the drawdown in 24-25, but we still end up with a drawdown of a little over $1 million.
So are you telling me then that we are exceeding the capital improvement funding that was projected in the rate study just last year, 2023? I get that document came out of 2.5 million. We're exceeding that by how much?
We're exceeding that by so in 24-25, we're exceeding that by 1.587 million for 24-25. But we pushed, if you recall, also we pushed some of the projects from 23-24 forward. So that's where it reduced the capital budget for 23-24 and pushed some of that cost forward. So between the 2 years, we are actually, let me see. What is our total? 1.7, what do we have? I don't have a total there. 3.22. So about 5 million. Yeah, about 5 million between the 2 years. But 23-24 was in a different rate study still. That was still partially in a different rate study.
Okay.
But yes, we are exceeding, and that is a drawdown. There was an anticipated drawdown for 23-24 of 69,000. No, excuse me, 130,000. And in 24-25, the rate study anticipated net revenues of 166,000. But also that number that you see there, that you're looking at the 2.783 million in the rate study for 24-25. That includes 2 million designated towards capital improvement. It includes also funds designated towards equipment and technology and studies and reports, as well as meter replacement. And we'll talk about, so some of those reserves will be used for funding this money, but yes, we are exceeding that.
Okay, so a couple of things then, and I know we're tired, everybody, but when am I gonna get to talk about this again? I have to.
Hear you.
I mean, it's my due diligence.
Go for it.
So I'm concerned about an increase to our capital budget of 1.587 million, because does that mean we're going to want to do that 2 years from now or 3 years from now? And you know, I want to avoid having to raise the rate. So what are we setting for ourselves as far as a precedent and you know, operating budget, how we're spending our money? So that this is a concern. And then I am concerned that shoot, I didn't write it down. Just 1 second. So here's another issue of how JBWD communicates its budget and, you know, where things fall. It came up when I asked, why is this line item saying this much money, but yet it says this, and it was because things that we had in a different section on the project plan weren't in that budget. You see what I mean? So we put the
reports and studies.
Yeah, that's a good example of that. And it's the same thing with this, because when I try to look at the budget, I can't figure out what the capital improvement funding is that we projected at 2.5 million a year. I can't figure that out. And so if a ratepayer is looking at this and then they go to look at our budgets, it's just not clear. It's not a criticism. I know it's a lot to deal with, but we need to have more alignment so that there's a clear line for some of these things.
Yeah, so I think that the problem is part of the problem is that we're splitting this into pieces by doing these multiple workshops. So we're looking at the operating budget first. The operating budget generates net revenues potentially or hopefully that can be used for capital costs. And, you know, then that flows into the capital budget. But in this slideshow that we've seen tonight, we've looked at operating projects that are included in the operating budget. They're not specified in a separate line like they are in the capital budget.
Right.
And so we've called them out because otherwise they're just really all the, you know, projects that are in the gray dotted area there, they're just kind of buried in the operating budget because that's how that works. You don't have a specific line for each project in the operating budget. And so we've mixed in the slideshow operating projects as well as capital projects. So I understand that's a little bit confusing, but what I would refer to or what I would recommend, and when you factor in the rate study, it gets even more confusing. But that's where those revenues that the rate study designates, that 2,390,000, those are what the rate study designates to go into the reserve funds. And then we pull money out of those reserve funds. So when we get to the next slide, we'll talk about the reserves being used, how we're actually pulling money out of there. But what I would refer you to is page 37 of the packet, which has the budget summary. So it's pulling all of this together really in more detail than what we have in the slideshow. This is going to give you the breakdown of the operating budget, the capital budget combined, and it's going to show you the impact on the reserve funds. It's going to show you what's going into the reserves and what's coming out of the reserves. Lots of moving parts there. So it is, you know, I understand that it's difficult to follow. Unfortunately, you know, I'm not sure that there's a lot that can be done about that. It's, you know, there are different pieces to this that have to be put together.
We've never called it out this way either. Generally, we've, you know.
Right, and I appreciate that. So I am illuminated.
Yes.
Because of it. But, you know, so our total capital budget is 3,002,881, but it's an increase of what that 2.5 million that we thought it was going to be from the rate study, right? Of 1.587 million. So my challenge is the board, you guys, we're looking at, that's pretty hefty increase. And you know, I'm so glad we can see it because I don't know, you know, that I would have seen, you know, it's taken me a while to get good with the budget that I can actually look at these sorts of things. But it's concerning because are we saying in 2026, we're going to do that again?
Well, we have the reserves and there was a discussion about intentional drawdown.
Absolutely.
Reserves.
And I agree with that.
These capital projects, and if we don't do them, they're going to be more costly in the future. And that's kind of where we're at right now. You inherited, and there's no blame because there were reasons decisions were made, but deferred maintenance has impacts down the road. And you're sitting at the dais now with those deferred maintenance decisions in front of you.
Yeah,
and oh, go ahead. You go ahead.
I'm sorry. So we have talked about this as a group. We cannot do this year after year after year. That is not realistic. That is not sustainable. And another reminder too, that we adopted a lower rate scenario than what was recommended initially. So if we had adopted scenario A, we would have generated an additional $816,000 in revenue, which still doesn't bring us to the point of closing that gap, but it brings us closer. Yeah. It would have brought us closer.
Yeah, so I just like, you know, it would be kind of interesting to see what I've been trying to do with the rate studies and stuff is actually see, you know, if you get this money, you get this. If you do this, you get this. So like, what do we get for this 1.587? If it could be, you know, called out. So you got this, we got all this equipment that we needed to get. You know,
You get commercial projects, unfortunately. That's, you know, we're not able to.
No, with the increase, what do we gain by this increase? So, because, you know, I want to be very careful about raising rates again in the future. And I agree with the drawdown of the reserves. I thought the reserves were rather high. But, you know, are we making the wisest decision by increasing the capital projects budget by 1.587 million when we have chromium facing us? You know, could we have dog paddled for a while? These are my concerns. That's all for me. Thank you.
That's the complicated. From what I can see, yes, I agree. We want to draw down the reserves a bit. Because one, I can see you're having to order an inventory of pipe that normally would just sort of be a bit more of a regular investment. And it sounds like you're making a forward investment in a lot of this pipe, which does affect the capital.
Correct.
That was 600 and something thousand.
That's a big, that's a big number.
Yeah, yeah. Mhm.
So if this were,
Yeah.
we were in a normal situation,
Right.
pre-COVID, you wouldn't see that till next fiscal year. So we're having to deal with this
Mhm.
pre-inventory situation and impacting the budget multiple years in a row.
Yeah, that helps. Thanks for pointing that out.
Yeah, I agree with drawing down on the reserves. I think they're pretty high right now.
All right, no other questions on that slide. We'll move on to, the next slide is capital details. I don't know that we need to go through this. This is just a list of everything that we've seen tonight. It's in your board packet as well. If you're interested in looking at those details here in a list. Any questions there before we move on to the reserve usage? All right. Okay. So reserve usage included, we just want to point out again what we anticipate being able to use the reserves for, or how we anticipate being able to use the reserves. And just to backtrack a little bit and talk about the reserve policy, it designates how the reserves are prioritized and used. Most of the reserves are designated for replacement activities. So for example, even with the reports and studies reserve, the capital improvement plan, which we've done before, is a replacement, will be a replacement, and we can utilize the reserve for that. Something new that we haven't done before, we would not normally utilize the reserves for. The rate study designates net revenue amounts to be added to the reserve funds. So while we're utilizing the reserves, we're also adding funding back. And of course, funding is dependent upon meeting budget targets. So these are all projections. And in 24-25, we anticipate using the $250,000 for the capital improvement plan, hopefully less than $25,000 for the strategic plan. The annual water supply assessment and annual water loss report, $12,500 each. In the equipment and technology category, we actually are using much less funding this year than we normally would or have in past years. $9,000 for the shop air compressor, which is a replacement, $14,800 for the D11 SCADA upgrade, and the plotter, $12,500. Meter replacement, we anticipate using $350,000, and all the remaining capital costs would come out of the capital reserve, the general capital reserve. And just to point out from the rate study in 24-25, and you can see this on page 37 of the pack as well, but it designates $390,000 for equipment and technology. You can see that at the bottom of the reserve and balance projections on page 37, $390,000 being funded by the rate study. However, we're only using $36,300 in that category, in that reserve in 24-25. So that balance will continue to grow. We're putting more in than we're using for 24-25. So, you know, those reserves will, some will be higher, some will be lower. When the rate study designates the 2.783 million, that's split among those various reserves. It's not all for capital improvement, for the capital improvement replacement program. Only 2 million is actually designated towards the capital improvement replacement program. And the remainder is for those individual replacement funds, such as equipment and technology studies and reports and meter replacement. Now, meter replacement, we are actually, it is overfunded. It does appear to be overfunded. And so when we get to the point of reviewing that reserve policy, we'll be talking about what to do with that extra funding in that reserve. And hopefully we'll have a little more information. We have a projection right now of what that reserve is gonna look like, but we don't know for sure yet. We don't have all the final data for that yet, so. So anyway, that is how the reserve funds are anticipated to be used in 24-25. And in total, again, drawdown of 1,082,548 for the 2 years. And I'm happy to answer any questions with that.
Vice President Doolittle.
I'm still trying to absorb it all. So, essentially the reserve, the equipment and technology, it has to be replacing things. So like we can't use that money for the skip loader because it's not
Correct.
replacing anything.
Correct. Correct.
And that's
But-
legally bind, that's because,
No, that's,
We just
that's
call it
how the
replacement.
policy is written.
so the policy could be
The
different, right?
policy could be changed.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay. All right, thank you.
yeah,
That's all.
you're welcome.
Dr. Jarlsberg.
Yeah, I don't know if the, what I've been trying to mull over is, I'm not quite sure how to articulate it. We've listed a number of new purchases. Some of them are actually not replacing something that's old or obsolete. And I'm just wondering how much that is adding to our budget. It's really new stuff.
Yeah,
It's just maybe upgrading our capabilities, but not what we already have.
ultimately, it's gonna come out of one reserve or another. It's gonna come out of either the general capital reserve or it's gonna come out of one of the specific reserves, and those balances are gonna adjust accordingly. So either way, the money has to be there somewhere.
Yeah, and you're going to review the changes in our budget are really, the bottom line changes. So we can actually see how much more we're spending in this year's budget than we were anticipating last year.
You mean as we go through the year, after we approve the budget and go through the next year and monitor how our.
But we've got some numbers here that to review also. Page 38, for instance.
Page 38, right. These are all these are all of the projects that were listed in the slideshow, so we detailed all of those.
Yeah.
I don't know that we wanted to go through the list again.
I think, no, not the list, bottom line, like
Bottom line, yeah,
like you've got 1,440,000 was projected, and then what the actual, which we apparently have to decide also what the actual was 1,089,000, and then what we're proposing for the
so,
new budget.
yeah, I'm sorry, these are actually, so 23-24, the first column is the original 23-24 budget.
Right,
Then the middle column is the revised projected.
which we also have to approve though,
So we don't have actuals yet because we're not at the end of 23-24.
right,
These are revised projections.
right.
And then, for 24-25, the proposed projections.
But kind of what we're looking at is, that's a 400,000 approximately jump from what we see as a possible ending a budget from last year.
Well, because we
Other-
pushed a lot of those projects forward. So if you
Yeah.
look at the first column, the 23-24 original budget versus the 24-25 proposed budget, the difference there is not so large. So compared to last year, and recall, so 23-24 original, we were at 2.93 million.
Yeah,
We brought that down because some projects didn't, perhaps didn't materialize.
right.
Some projects didn't get completed. We had to push forward a budget for the next year. Things like that.
I
So
think that's what
there's
was
not
a
a
little confusing
huge difference there.
to maybe the traditional consumer. There is a lot of things that we're moving around, even though, anyway, it makes it a little more confusing.
It is.
A little less straightforward.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
I think Sarah has made good comments, or comments that, I appreciate that she's been doing this now for how many years? She's been looking at this and she feels like she's really starting to understand it, kind of getting
a handle on it.
A real good handle.
Yeah.
It takes a while.
Takes a lot of years.
Yeah,
it does, I
to
know.
do this, and it will always be moving parts because it's complicated.
Yeah,
It isn't
um,
straightforward, and you're dealing with reserves, you're dealing with capital, you're dealing with operating. And one thing that we failed to mention today is that we went through this budget and combed it with fine tooth comb. We carved out 1.2 million of expenses out of this budget that we didn't even present to you as the board. So we are really working hard to make sure that those the proposed budget is close to what we anticipate is the actual usage of it, and with very little padding, which is scary a little bit because you don't know what unexpected things
Exactly.
could come. But we're doing that more and more with each line item than we ever have before, getting it closer to actual usage, anticipated usage.
I think I understand that you are doing that and I appreciate it. But it probably should be emphasized a little bit, just so not just the board, but anybody that's either watching this or likes to look at numbers kind of gets that, you know, the backstory too.
And again, I go back to that idea of a video budget, which I think Anne would be great at, because some of that is just what she's done here. That would be very helpful to members of the public if we posted it.
An interesting thought.
That's it.
That's it for me, unless there are other questions.
It's another one last slide that just gives you just a little snapshot of the
Oh, yeah.
reserve placement reserves and what is coming out of each one. So it gives you just a visual there. But we discussed all of those pieces, but for your education and visualization.
Thank you, Sarah.
So one thing I'd like to emphasize as well is everything we have shared with you. I want to say also thank you. Everyone's tired. This is important work. It's stressful work and everybody feels very vested into it. So I appreciate everyone staying the time going through all this. It is important. Everything in the slideshow, all of these projects, these are in addition to core work. So remember, we're here for a purpose, which is serving safe potable water. And there's work that it takes to do that. Regular work. All of this is in addition to. So we have a lot of projects slated for this next year and a lot of priorities. So thank you. We're happy to answer any questions. If not, we can move on, and we'll do our best to bring you back a budget on June 5th. It won't be so complicated. We won't be bringing back the slideshow. You're welcome. We will bring back just a couple of slides with the things that I feel like this meeting left is kind of a topic that's still not quite finished. Otherwise, everything else will slide off of the next meeting and should be a much easier and smoother meeting.
Is the slideshow just created for these meetings, not going to go on the
Yeah, it's
website?
just created for this meeting.
Yeah.
What will happen is this will feed, once the budget is approved, it will feed the project list, which that's available for anybody.
Okay,
And then in the future, when we forget, like, what was that one thing? We'll always have the slide and the project list that we can bring together and say, remember, this is when we talked about it, and help refresh all of our memories, because it's a lot of moving parts and we're humans and we forget the details.
Well, I'd like to invite the board actually to join me in a round of applause for this project presentation and all of it. You guys really did a great job, and just thank you so much for your work on it.
Thank
yeah.
you.
Really appreciate it.
definitely.
Yeah, it was a beautiful presentation. So thank you.
And with that, this workshop is now closed at 8:12, and the special meeting of the Board of Directors is back in the session. Do you have anything that's a priority in your general manager's report?
I have one announcement, and I'll make it very quick.
Okay,
We received a special award from the Special Districts Leadership Foundation Association with CSDA. We have a District of Transparency Excellence Award.
Oh,
This is something we worked really hard for. Give Lisa a ton of credit for coordinating that effort. Something that I am so excited that we've got to do, and it shows just the direction and the change of this district. So we'll be presented that award at the annual CSDA conference in September, and we'll have some press releases about it as well.
yes.
thank you very much. So if we can dispense with the
Yeah, congrats.
If we can dispense with the reports and comments from the directors, we'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second. I had stuff I wanted to share, but okay,
Well,
I'll second.
yeah.
No, that's okay. We'll skip it. I'm fine with skipping.
All right, this meeting is adjourned, 8:13 hours. 20:30.
Yeah, I'd like to.